Minnesota filmmaker and United States Army veteran David Crowley was accused of murdering his wife and daughter before taking his own life in December of 2014. The Apple Valley Police Department suspects the bodies were inside the Minnesota home for 3 weeks after they were found by neighbors on January 17, 2015. Within 24 hours of finding the bodies, authorities assumed this was a double murder-suicide. The culprit was deceased, and the public was not in any danger. Initially, authorities did not see a bullet hole in the living room ceiling or a bullet in the living room carpet. These were two of the most important items in the case, as they were tied to David Crowley and his daughter. It was only after investigators were told of their existence that they returned to the crime scene on two separate occasions and retrieved two spent rounds. What did authorities find in the Crowley house that proved David Crowley murdered his wife and daughter and then killed himself? Without a motive and with the absence of guilt, the case was closed with the status of exceptionally cleared. If David is truly guilty of this crime, then authorities should be forced to prove their theory. The gray stage exists solely because of the official conclusion, as stated on page 92 of the Apple Valley Police Reports PDF. With the conclusion of the review of digital devices, Detective Brian Bone reported on October 7, 2015, there is no other information available for further investigation. Throughout this investigation, the AVPD has not discovered any information or evidence that shows anybody but David is the perpetrator of these crimes, including the killing of his wife, child, and himself. Blood spatter in the living room was mostly on the ground, according to BCA crime scene team Joe Cooksley. A black Springfield XD40 handgun, labeled as Item 1A, with a rubber hoe grip sleeve, was found cocked on the living room floor, several inches from David's left hand, according to Detective Tommy Booth. Detective Brian Bone was more specific, stating the gun was found approximately 1 foot to the south of the left side of David's body. According to the firearm worksheet, some apparent blood-like substance was found in the barrel of the gun. The worksheet also mentioned apparent rust-like material, which could have been found on one of 3 unspent cartridges in the gun. The presence of blood was found on the grip, Item 1A-1, the slide, Item 1A-2, the trigger, Item 1A-3, and the muzzle, Item 1A-4 of the gun. Item 1B is the magazine inside of the alleged murder weapon. Ridge detail blood found on the magazine was labeled as Item 1B-1. Several blood mixtures were found on the gun, specifically on the trigger, Item 1A-3, and the magazine, Item 1B-1. DNA results show blood of 2 or more individuals on the trigger, with one of those individuals being David Crowley. The blood did not match Kamel, but Rania could not be excluded as a possible contributor. 2 or more DNA profiles were found on the magazine. The major DNA profile on the magazine matched David Crowley. An estimated 99.9997% of the general population was excluded from being possible contributors, but Kamel and Rania could not be excluded. 2 cartridges were removed from the magazine and labeled as Item 1B1 and Item 1B2. Item 1C is an unspent cartridge found in the chamber of the handgun. Latent prints were not found on these 3 items. Item 1D is listed as a bore patch from item 1, and item 1E is listed as test-fired specimens from item 1. Hairs and fibers found on the gun and magazine were labeled as item 1A-5 and item 1B-2. Latent print results revolved around 2 of 3 latent prints suitable for comparison, 1 found on the gun and 1 found on the magazine. LP1A-1 is a latent palm print on the gun. According to latent print results, no known palm prints for David Crowley were submitted or found in the BCA files for comparison to the palm print on the gun. LP1B-2 is a latent fingerprint found on the magazine. However, this too could not be tied to David Crowley due to the limited quality and quantity of information in latent print. Jennifer Kostrowski consulted with Dennis Randall about this latent fingerprint. He agreed, Kostrowski wrote. It could be 1 or 2 prints, plus that LMP was unusual, coupled with low quality makes it difficult to determine. The crime scene team found a total of 6 empty spent cartridges, Detective Bone reported. The crime scene team also found 3 bullet fragments in the carpet. According to Detective Bone, the BCA crime scene team processed the scene in detail. After the scene was processed, Bone continued, we were able to move the rug that the bodies were found on. These results did not include item 53, which rolled out of a living room carpet on January 20th, nor did they include item 57, which was found in the attic above the living room ceiling. The results of the laboratory firearms determined that item 1, which is David's gun, fired items 2, 3, 9, 30, 36, and 37, which was 6 Smith & Wesson .40 caliber cartridge cases, and items 42, 43, 44, 45, 53, and 57, which were 6 bullets. Comparative examinations of item 31, a bullet fragment, against test-fired bullets from item 1 and item 57 were performed with the following results. Item 57 against item 31 showed the presence of matching features. This means that item 1 fired 31. Examinations of items 42, 43, 44, 45, 53, 57 showed them to be consistent with bullets from Winchester PXD-1 brand cartridges. Images of a test-fired cartridge case from item 1 were entered into the Minnesota Firearms Database. A search of the database failed to review any items that matched item 1. If future searches of the database reveal a potential match with item 1, your agency will be notified and further comparisons can be made. That's from the BCA 485 page document on page 31. So according to the BCA firearms report, item 57 against item 31 show the presence of matching features. This means item 1 fired item 31. And we'll get to more of that when we talk about in our next show. We'll talk about the cartridge casings and the cartridges and the unspent rounds and item 31, which is labeled as a bullet fragment. The bullets. Based on the firearms report completed May 22, 2015, the gun, item 1A, fired 6 cartridge casings and 6 bullets. Item 2 is a cartridge casing found at the corner of the east edge of the carpet near the recliner. Item 3 is a cartridge casing found on the east side of the living room hardwood floor next to a short wooden stool. Item 9 is a cartridge casing found on the south side of the living room carpet. Item 30 is a cartridge casing found on the living room hardwood floor, closest to the south wall. Item 36 is a cartridge casing found inches from David's left hand on the south end of the living room carpet. Item 37 is a cartridge casing found on the west side of the living room carpet next to the couch. The spent cartridges found on the west side of the living room carpet on January 17, 2015 are labeled as Item 42, Item 43, and Item 44. All three spent cartridges were found close to the living room couch with hair on them. Test results for all three items showed a single source DNA profile matching Kamel while excluding Rania and David as possible contributors. Item 42 weighed 167.96 grams, contained a blood-like and hair-like substance with expanded damage to the nose of the spent cartridge. Item 43 weighed 179.56 grams and also had a blood-like substance but no hair. The nose of the spent cartridge was damaged and partially exposed. A blood-like substance was also observed on item 44. This spent cartridge weighed 130.24 grams, with its nose listed as damaged. Item 45 is a spent cartridge found in the south wall of the basement. This spent cartridge weighed 173.90 grams. The nose was listed as damaged and partially expanded. Holes were observed in both the area rug and the wood floor underneath the rug, Joe Cooksley reported. Chemical testing of the hole in the wood floor also failed to detect the presence of lead. This bullet traveled into the living room carpet, pierced through the hardwood floor, leaving behind bullet fragments, and then lodged itself into the south wall of the basement. A section of the drywall around the lodged bullet was cut in order to retrieve item 45. When the styrofoam behind the drywall was removed, a bullet was observed, according to Joe Cooksley. A DNA profile was not found on item 45. Additionally, Joe Cooksley discussed running trajectory tests on the spent cartridge with BCA specialist Chris Olson. He didn't feel it was necessary, Cooksley wrote in his notes. It should be noted here that two spent cartridges labeled as item 53 and 57 were found by accident on two separate occasions, days and weeks after the bodies were removed from the house. The others. Item 31 is labeled as a bullet fragment found near the south edge of the living room carpet. Item 7 is the unspent round compressed into the living room carpet. Several thin hairs covered the live round. Strands of hair and pieces of flesh were found close to this bullet. DNA tests were never performed on item 7. According to BCA forensic scientist Rebecca L. Deanne, BCA crime scene team Joe Cooksley indicated that analysis is not needed on item 7. Once the processing of the crime scene was completed between January 17th and 18th, investigators left the house with 4 spent cartridges instead of 6. Of the 4 bullets recovered from the scene, only 3 had blood on them, only Kamel's blood. Authorities missed 2 bullets when they left the house on January 18th. Those 2 bullets will be covered in detail. On January 20th, 2015, Biotech Emergency Services, the company hired to clean the crime scene, was in the process of removing items from the residence when a mushroom bullet, item 53, rolled out of the living room carpet. This spent cartridge has some white material on the surface, weighed 169.54 grams, and was found with an expanded nose. It should be noted, according to Detective Bone, that the bullet was predominantly flat on the back and was sitting on the front mushroom portion of the bullet. The bullet appeared to be mostly intact at the time of our discovering it. Item 53-1 is a swabbing of item 53. Hairs found on the bullet were labeled as item 53-2. This bullet contained a blood mixture of 2 or more individuals, with the major DNA profile matching Rania. Interestingly, David and Kamel were excluded from being contributors to the newly found bullet. Based on those results, authorities should have been looking for a second DNA profile. Unlike some other results, it is not stated that 99% of the general population can be excluded from contributing to the blood mixture of item 53. Since authorities did not discover the spent round on their own, we will never know where item 53 landed after allegedly killing Rania Crowley. What we know for sure is that item 53 rolled out of the living room carpet on January 20th, 2015. What we still need to know is the source of the missing DNA profile or profiles associated with this bullet. Item 57. On February 17, 2015, investigators were notified about a bullet hole in the living room ceiling. Based on that information, authorities returned to the Crowley residence on February 18th and found a bullet, item 57, in the attic above the living room. The bullet weighed 180.18 grams and is the heaviest of all 6 spent rounds. Like item 45 and item 53, white material was also observed on this spent cartridge. The nose of the bullet was partially expanded. Characteristics of the hole, BCA crime scene lead Joe Cooksley wrote in his report, and its surrounding area indicated that a projectile was traveling generally west to east as it entered the ceiling and exited in the attic. After examining the bullet in the living room ceiling, authorities found item 57 in the attic above the living room near the front door. There was no blood on this bullet, but the nuclear DNA profile matched David Crowley. The DNA profile did not match Kamel or Rania. An email exchange between BCA analyst Catherine Roach and Detective Tommy Booth stated that no one had been charged with committing a double murder-suicide. "Good morning, Catherine," Detective Booth wrote on February 17, 2015 at 8:04 a.m. "Nobody has been charged in this case, so I'm giving you permission to use up some evidence in its entirety for DNA analysis. If you need anything else, please feel free to contact me. Thanks for all your hard work." Attempting to connect item 57 to the alleged murder weapon, authorities compared the bullet recovered to a bullet fragment found in the living room labeled as item 31. Originally, the bullet fragment labeled item 31 was not included in the firearms examinations. I spoke with Joe Cooksley, BCA analyst Lisa Kinsella wrote on April 14, 2015 at 10:14 a.m. regarding item 31, labeled as bullet fragment or fragments. It isn't included in the FA assignment. We discussed that I will add item 31 to the FA assignment to document it and examine it for suitability comparative exams. The bullet fragment labeled item 31 weighed 19.14 grams. The fragment was noted to have a hair-like substance and a torn jacket. The fragment was compared to items 42, 44, 45, 53, and 57, but not to item 43. According to the BCA firearms report, item 57 against item 31 showed the presence of matching features. This means item 1 fired item 31. I'm not sure how that connects item 57 to the gun, but you can look at the laboratory results here. Since item 57 against item 31 showed the presence of matching features, this means that item 1 fired item 31. According to a report written by Detective Shane Klokanos, a MacBook Pro was located in the kitchen. The device was found to be powered on and active. After the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension had completed processing it for physical evidence, I turned the Wi-Fi and Bluetooth off. There was a text document on the desktop of this device titled Myth that had the words, "I have loved you all with all of my heart." Later examination of this device showed this text document had last been saved on December 14, 2014 at 4:10 p.m., but an autosave version of this document, the open document, had been last saved on December 25, 2014 at 1:18 p.m. Texting on a different Apple MacBook found that text documents created, then saved and opened at a later time and had changes made to the document will be autosaved after 60 seconds of inactivity. This computer was kept in its awake state and transported to the ECU by Detective Olson for forensic examination. The laptop, labeled as AV-8, was opened to a black screen on the kitchen island when authorities entered the house. The device was plugged into a power outlet just above the kitchen sink, and the screen was black. Love was written on the laptop cover. Blood and partial fingerprints were visible on the laptop surface and keyboard. Several bloodstains were visible on the kitchen island counter next to the laptop. When the laptop was swabbed for DNA purposes, the black screen awoke to reveal a text message reading, "I have loved you all with all of my heart." I was not certain if this note was saved or otherwise date or time stamped, Detective Brian Bone reported. The note was not signed and was in the format of a typed note. Authorities assumed the message was written by David Crowley, but that assumption remains unproven. 3 areas of bloody ridge detail were identified on the laptop and labeled as A, B, and C. Of the 3 areas, only area A was sufficient for latent print analysis. Item 54 is a CD of 25 NEF images of latent prints found on the laptop. A digital latent palm print of area A was then labeled as LP54-1. LP54-1 was searched in the Midwest Automated Fingerprint Identification Network database, and no suitable candidate was generated. Additionally, no known palm prints for David Timothy Crowley were submitted or found in the BCA files for comparison to LP54-1. Item 23 is blood swabbed on the surface of the laptop. DNA results tie the blood to Kamel while excluding David and Rania. According to Joe Cooksley, the item 23 bloodstain was in close proximity to apparent bloody ridge detail. A chemical was used to enhance the ridge detail. The ridge detail was documented with photographs prior to and after the application of the enhancement chemical. Blood found on the A key of the laptop was swabbed and labeled as item 24. Though collected and itemized, the blood on the A key was not submitted for DNA testing. The blood wall. BCA crime scene team lead Joe Cooksley noted no latent prints observed on writing in blood on west living room wall. Item 11 is a swab of the blood writing on the living room wall. Specifically, this item is the second A in Ala'u. The blood pointed to a single source matching Kamel while excluding David and Rania. The writing appeared to be in blood, Detective Brian Bone wrote in his report, and written with somebody's hand and fingers, as you can see individual finger marks in the writing. Similarly, the B in Akbar was swabbed and labeled as item 12. However, item 12 was not tested for a DNA source, which is interesting since Joe Cooksley requested DNA analysis on both items 11 and 12. Item 40 is the pen found next to the notepad on the computer desk. Blood found on the grip of the pen was labeled as item 40-1. The pen was not one of the items submitted for nuclear DNA testing. The pen was not one of 3 latent prints suitable for comparison to David Crowley. So how do we know David used the pen to write on the notepad nearby? Item 41 is the notepad found on the computer desk in the office bedroom. Authorities found the notepad flipped open to page 30 of 59. On page 30 were two strange, unexplained sentences. The first was, "Open the Rise most recent version." The second message was, "Submit to Allah now." Neither of these two messages were ever labeled as suicide notes by authorities. More importantly, who can prove David wrote the two messages? Bloody visual ridge detail was found on the following pages: 41A-30 back, 41A-31 front and back, 41A-31-30, 41A-31-1, 41A-32 front, 41A-33 front, 41A-34 front, possible RD, 41A-58 back. Items 41A-35, 41A-36, and 41A-37 had minimal apparent blood on the bottom edges. BCA analyst Jennifer Kostrowski's notes dated July 14, 2015 states she spoke with Joe Cooksley about which items should be processed for latent prints. Kostrowski was told it was sufficient to only process pages with RD in apparent blood. Other pages returned to item packaging, no LP processing on item 41. Results of the alternate light source examination were conclusive. Examinations of the front and back cover of the notebook, item 41, and the 59 pages that were originally within the notebook, items 41A-1 through 41A-59, failed to reveal any latent writing material. Item 41-1 is blood found on the front cover of the notepad. This could mean the notepad was closed before two messages on page 30 were written. The item was never tested. Item 41-2 is blood found on page 30 of the notepad. Two sentences were written on that page: "Open the Rise most recent version and submit to Allah now." The blood on this page contained a mixture of two or more individuals, with the major DNA profile matching Kamal. David and Rania were excluded from being possible contributors to the blood tested on page 30. So who is the source of the other DNA profile or profiles? Regarding the latent print examinations, item 41A-30 is page 30 of the notepad. LP 41A-30-1 is a latent impression, finger/palm, observed on page 30. Latent print results were inconclusive to Crowley due to the limited quality and quantity of information in the latent and known prints. Similarly, item 41A-31 is page 31 of 59. LP 41A-31-1 is a latent fingerprint on page 31, which was identified as David's left middle finger. This is the only conclusive connection between David and the notepad. Separately, two SDA lifts taken of impressions found on the front side of page 20 of the spiral notepad were examined and labeled as item 41A-20A. Item 41A-21A consisted of two ESDA lifts taken of impressions found on the front side of page 21 of the spiral notepad. Can we safely assume pages 20 and 21 were the only notepad pages with indented impressions? Handwriting comparisons between what was written on the notepad and the writings on the refrigerator door and checkbook in the kitchen never happened. 3 pages, labeled as 41A-39, 41A-40, and 41A-41, were warped from being wet from something. These are the 3 writings found inside of the Crowley home on January 17, 2015. The recliner. What happened at this recliner? The blood on the recliner, item 34, wasn't examined, even though there was a huge blood stain on the bottom left corner. Considering the huge circular stain in the image, I was surprised authorities decided not to swab the item. Hair and small blood stains were also present on the upper right portion of the recliner, but not mentioned in reports. The blood on the recliner does not line up with where the three bodies were found. BCA 4984 shows this recliner in its reclined state. This is one of the largest blood stains in the living room and at the crime scene. How did this blood get there? Whose blood is associated with it, and why? And why was it never tested? This blood stain shows somebody's body was moved at some point, but by who? The gunshots. Of the 12 neighbors that were interviewed about the Crowley family, only 2 neighbors reported hearing gunshots: Colin Prochnow and Alan Olson. Colin lived one house left of the Crowleys. Alan Olson lived behind the Crowley family on Lowell Drive. According to police reports, Colin Prochnow reportedly heard gunshots between December 2nd and December 19th, 2014. Mr. Prochnow was able to narrow down the date to December 9th or December 10th, sometime between 1 a.m. and 2 a.m. most likely. Mr. Prochnow also believed the gunshots came from the direction of the Crowley residence. Colin did not contact law enforcement, Officer Tara Becker reported, but stated that he checked out his front door and didn't see anything, and checked out the back of his residence and thought it was fireworks. The second neighbor who heard gunshots was Alan Olson, who lived on the street behind David Crowley. Detective Brian Bone first spoke with Alan's wife, Gina Olson, who mentioned her husband heard, quote, 3 rapid-fire shots from somewhere outside their residence. A day later, Detective Bone followed up with Alan Olson to learn more about the gunshots heard before December 31st, 2014. Mr. Olson stated he was sitting in his living room one evening with his daughter when he heard 3 rapid-fire gunshots somewhere outside of his house. Olson could not remember exactly where the sounds came from, but he was certain he heard gunshots. Olson told Detective Bone that he and his family were home between 1 p.m. on Christmas Eve and 1 p.m. on Christmas Day. However, Mr. Olson was unsure if he heard the gunshots on either of those days. Detective Bone's report ended by stating Alan explained that he had not called the police because he did not have any specific information about when he heard the shots. How many gunshots should have been heard? 6, if the fragment, item 37, belonged to one of the 4 spent rounds found on January 17, 2015. Yet there was a maximum of 3 possible shots heard sometime between Christmas Eve and New Year's Eve. 3 rapid-fire shots, not 6. 3 shots could have accounted for what's in Kamel and Ranya's autopsies. The reports state Kamel was shot twice and Rania was shot once. That doesn't line up with the DNA results, which show there were 3 bullets tied to Kamel, and another bullet was tied to Rania and an unknown DNA profile. If the 3 bullets tied to the 3 rapid-fire shots were truly tied to the deaths of Kamel and Rania, that still leaves 3 bullets fired after their deaths. Only one of those bullets would account for David's death. Another bullet was fired into the floor of the living room, landing in the south basement wall. But that still leaves a bullet found close to Kamel, which only has her DNA blood on it. How could this bullet only have Kamel's blood, considering where the bodies were found? Let's take a look at the simple truth here. Kamel was shot at least twice, ruling out a suicide on her part. If Kamel died last, which is something we will consider in a future episode, there is no way she could have killed herself. The autopsies state Kamel was shot twice, but DNA results have her blood and only her blood on 3 bullets. Rania was found on top of Kamel's back leg. If Rania was shot where they say she was, it's possible some of that blood should have been on one of those 3 bullets tied to Kamel. Yet the bullet tied to Rania completely rules out Kamel and David as contributors, but does include an unknown DNA source. So the bullet tied to Rania did not just have Rania's DNA on it. Another simple truth is that neighbors did not hear 6 fired shots in the area. Of the 12 neighbors who were interviewed by the police, only 2 of them reported hearing any type of shots or fireworks between December 2nd and December 31st, 2014. What Colin Prochnow heard on December 9th or December 10th is not relevant to the deaths of David, Kamel, and Rania Crowley, for the simple fact that David, Kamel, and Rania Crowley were still alive on December 9th and December 10th. That still leaves Alan Olson. He was certain he heard 3 rapid-fire gunshots between December 24th and New Year's Eve. Rapid fire, 3 shots. That leaves 3 gunshots he did not hear. But if those 3 rapid-fire shots came from the same gun, what targets did they hit? And does that line up with DNA results? Perhaps. But only if someone's body was moved at some point, then placed later where the first responders found them. In the end, no one heard 6 shots. They should have. But that doesn't mean that there were not shots fired in the house between late December of 2014 and mid-January of 2015. The order of deaths and the body placement will be covered soon. What do we know about David Crowley? David Crowley was accused of a double murder suicide. He was accused of murdering his wife, his daughter, and then committing suicide. The bodies of David, Kamel, and Rania Crowley were found on January 17, 2015. Within 24 hours, David Crowley was being accused of a double murder suicide. Those accusations are baseless. They were baseless then, and they are baseless now. What do we know about David Crowley? What do we know about Kamel Crowley? Kamel and her sister were born on a United States military base in Saudi Arabia. Once her father left his position with the U.S. military, Detective Jim Gummert reported, they returned to live in Pakistan where her mother and father were originally born. The Alam family stayed in Pakistan until Kamel was 17 years old and then moved to Texas. Kamel then met David while attending Baylor University, a private Christian university in Waco, Texas. David grew up in Owatonna, Minnesota. David and Mitch Heil became best friends in 2000 while attending Owatonna High School. In 2004, David and Mitch joined the United States Army together on June 22nd. David's place of entry into active duty is listed as Fort Snelling in Minnesota. According to Mitch Heil, both he and David were sent to Fort Banning in Georgia for Army basic training. After completing basic combat training, David was sent to Germany. David Crowley served in the United States Army for a total of 5 years, 2 months, and 22 days, beginning on January 22, 2004, and ending on September 13, 2009. 3 years, 3 months, and 15 days of service were listed under the Foreign Service section of his Release from Active Duty Form, DD Form 214. David's home of record at the time of entry into service was his dad's home in Owatonna, and he was released from service at Fort Hood Army Base in Texas. According to Mitchell Heil, Detective Tommy Booth reported, David was first deployed to Iraq. David was in Iraq from November 2, 2005 to November 11, 2006. While deployed in Iraq, Detective Booth continued, David had gone through a traumatic incident where an IED had blown up the Humvee that he was in. When the IED had blown up the Humvee, David had to save one of his teammates and lost several members of his team while over in Iraq. Islam is a religion of peace, David wrote in a Facebook group on February 7, 2007. But where's the peace in trying to kill anyone who isn't a Muslim? They are not about love, they're about victory. Is Allah insisting that a good Muslim should murder people who are different? They have been brought up in a place where sectarian violence is simply a way of life, and blindly follow their leaders into a violent religious frenzy. They fight for a God that is not behind what they do. But even more so, they fight for key political leaders who use the masses for their own ends, just as you guys are saying our government is doing to us. But if these statements are true, at least ours is geared towards peace and charity, not violence without end. David has been to at least 11 countries. Dude, I've killed people in service of my homeland, David wrote during a Facebook group discussion on February 6, 2007, and have been to more countries than you have fingers. As a soldier on the ground, David wrote in the group discussion on February 3, 2007, I have seen enormous resources put into the betterment of the general Iraq populace, be it school installations or medical functions or whatever. After David's tour in Iraq, he was sent to Texas, where he hoped to wait out his term of service and leave the Army. That's when David met Kamel. 6 weeks after they met, David and Kamel were married. The paperwork was filed on May 14, 2008, and the marriage was official 8 days later on May 22, 2008. Instead of being allowed to leave the Army, David was stop-lossed, involuntary extension of service, and shipped off to Afghanistan from June 26, 2008 to June 11, 2009. According to David's records, he was retained in service 449 days for the convenience of the government per 10 USC 12305. Kamel lived with her parents while David was in Afghanistan. Kamel graduated from Baylor University with a degree of Bachelor of Science in Family and Consumer Sciences on May 15, 2009. 2 months after David was released from active service, Rania Crowley was born. The daughter of David and Kamel came into the world at 6:38 p.m. on August 6, 2009. Rania weighed 5 pounds, 11 ounces, measuring 8 centimeters in length. David, Kamel, and Rania Crowley moved to Minnesota shortly after David left the military. David Crowley and Mitch Heil then enrolled in the Minnesota School of Business together in 2009. The two men also started 2 businesses in 2009, Hothead Productions and Bullet Exchange. My work with Hothead Productions, David wrote on his LinkedIn profile, included writer, director, post-production supervisor, composer, branding, marketing, client relations, pre-production, storyboard artist, visual effects artist, logo design animation, title animation, social media campaign manager, location shoots, camera operation, family headshot model event photographer, and website designer content manager. We also tackled professional photography, doing events, family headshot production, and model and fashion. Lots of graphic artwork in this arena as well. David also explained the origins of Bullet Exchange. My partner Mitch Heil and I began Bullet Exchange to service the Minneapolis film community's potential for realistically dressed and equipped military components in film. We provided authentic props and costuming services, as well as serving as prop master, armorer, range cadre, stunt choreographer, actor trainer, and military consultant for concept and script. I also was in charge of the company's marketing, client relations, and media and branding. The Bullet Exchange remains the only resource in the Midwest for authentic police and military equipment rentals specifically tailored for film and theater. David volunteered at the Progreria Research Foundation as a language translator from October of 2009 until May of 2010. David assisted with translations of Western research documents to Urdu script for clinical use in Karachi. Kamel Crowley purchased a Springfield XD-40 caliber handgun, serial number US 163310, on July 25, 2009. The purchase was made via check in the amount of $508.76 at the Gun Zone in Dallas, Texas. The same gun was later sold by David Crowley on June 17, 2012 to someone named David Stark. On November 8, 2009, David and Kamel completed the permit to carry a handgun course with Eric D. Packizer. Mr. Packizer is a certified firearms instructor for Quorum Security, Inc. in Minnesota. Mr. Packizer was also featured in David Crowley's documentary, Gray State: The Rise. Officer Tara Becker recorded audio statements from both Colin and Judy Prochnow. According to one of Officer Becker's supplemental reports, Colin looked through the front window and observed what he thought to be dummies. Colin said that he now knows that they were bodies of the deceased, but initially he thought that they were dummies or some type of props that were left in the residence to appear as though they were home when they weren't. Mr. Prochnow then returned home and explained what he saw to his wife. Colin saw what he wanted to be mannequins, Judy Prochnow told me on March 24, 2017, and the reason he said mannequins is because of the condition the bodies were in, without heads and things like that. You just don't expect to see headless bodies anyway. Judy also explained to me what she saw when she looked through the front window. I saw David lying on the floor, away from Kamel and the baby. I thought it was a mannequin at first too, and then I realized it wasn't. I couldn't figure out what was wrong until I noticed that there was a spine with a small piece of skull attached. I looked by the couch, Judy continued, and I saw a big bundle of things. I thought at first it was a big butt, and then I saw a little hand. Then I realized that they were all dead, and it was our neighbors. Judy was certain the three bodies were David, Kamel, and Rania before she contacted authorities. Mrs. Prochnow then went home and dialed 911. It just looks like there's a pile of bodies, Judy explained to the dispatcher, and one like the head is eaten off. I suppose by the dog, Judy continued, and my husband thought they were dummies, but the hands look real, and they would have been there since before Christmas. Colin Prochnow then called 911 and asked if police could do a welfare check at 1051 Ramsdale Drive. I looked through the front window, Colin relayed to the dispatcher, and there's like 3 dummies on the floor. I don't think there are any bodies, but it just looks like there's a gun next to one. A handgun? I saw one body that was probably, maybe 6 to 8 feet away from the window. And then I noticed that there was another body maybe 6 to 7 feet away from the first one. And I noticed that there was a little body that looked like it was almost in the second body's arms. At 1:04 p.m. on January 17, 2015, Apple Valley Police Sergeant Greg Dahlstrom arrived at the crime scene. There, he saw Colin Prochnow standing in Lorraine Tuppy's driveway. Mr. Prochnow approached the officer, stating there were 3 bodies in the living room of the Crowley home. Sergeant Dahlstrom then approached the front window and looked inside the residence. I noticed several obviously dead bodies lying on the floor near the front picture window, Sergeant Dahlstrom wrote in his supplemental report. I noticed a black handgun on the floor as well. Lastly, I noticed a medium-sized dog barking and running among the bodies. I advised dispatch of my findings, Sergeant Dahlstrom continued, and requested the channel be restricted to emergency traffic. Officer Tara Becker was the second responder to arrive at the crime scene. Sergeant Dahlstrom advised me that there were in fact 3 deceased parties that could be seen from the large picture window at the front of the residence. Officer Becker did not report seeing the bodies in any of her supplemental reports we received. Officer John Broughton arrived third. While all 3 officers were standing on the west side of the house, they could smell the odor of decaying bodies. Officer Broughton was the first officer to check the back of the house. I was instructed to check the rear of the residence for any signs of forced entry, Broughton documented. The backyard is fenced in with a chain-link fence, and the gates were closed but not locked. Officer Broughton entered the backyard and saw fresh animal tracks in the snow. Signs of forced entry were not found on any backyard windows, but there was an open door. The rear sliding patio door was found open slightly 1/4 inch, wrote Broughton. I opened the door and found that it was not locked or secured with the bar lock. Paleo continued to bark as Broughton opened the rear slider. When I opened the patio door, there was an overpowering odor of decaying flesh. One light was on in the dining room, Broughton continued. The Christmas tree lights and other strings of Christmas tree lights were still on. After walking around the back of the house, Officer Broughton looked through the front window and saw 3 bodies on the living room floor. They were all badly decomposed, Broughton wrote in his report. One adult body was laying on its back with a black semi-auto pistol nearby. The second adult body appeared to be laying on its stomach and/or side. Between 2 adult bodies was the body of a small child. In 2012, David graduated with a Bachelor of Fine Arts degree in Digital, Video, and Media Production. After 2 years in the making, the Gray State movie trailer was released to the public on August 7, 2012. A month after its release, David Crowley was interviewed by the Freedom Fiends talk radio show. The interview, conducted by Michael W. Dean, came out on September 15, 2012. The Gray State movie trailer cost David Crowley and Mitch Heil $6,000 to make. That's just out of pocket through our production company, David explained to Michael Dean. That's just money spent harnessing the actors to our set and getting the props that we needed. But we spent another year in post-production, doing 17-hour days. So how do you put a price tag on that, really? The story of Gray State continually evolved. It's gotten deeper, David said of the Gray State story. It's gotten very much darker. So people, when they see this, Their response is, as I knew they would be, they're very divided. First of all, they're very supportive, like, wow, this is like a future scenario that we can face, that we are facing right now unless we wake up. Then what they want to do is they want to assign their responsibility for activism to my project and assume that that's what I want to do. Is wake people up with gray state, when in fact I can't make any such moral distinction because I'm a filmmaker. I'm an artist. What I'm going to do is explore human truths, and I can do so through a pretty messed up context like the gray state world. But how real or not real it is completely irrelevant. What I'm saying is, David clarified to the host, people kind of expect me to tell their story, their version of truth with gray state, and that's not my intent. If it resonates with truth with you, that is great. If it doesn't, that's also great. But what I've been seeing is that the 3% or so who really hate gray state, they don't hate it because it was shot poorly, or that story could never work, and here's why. They hate it because it threatens them. It threatens their reality. And that just tells me that what I'm doing is close to the truth, at least, because they're that threatened by it. I think that the reality that most people live in is almost like a religion. Like if you challenge a Christian or a Muslim who just grew up believing what they believe, they don't know how to defend it logically. What they're going to do is they're going to lash out in a very knee-jerk and negative response to defend their reality. And that's just the nature of humanity, I think. So what I'm seeing is their reaction to gray state is either very positive or very negative. It is a very polarized argument. David made it clear he was not interested in selling the Gray State project unless it was for serious money. If a studio bought this project, David said to the host, it would just get put on a shelf or be drastically changed from its original message. So in the interest of maintaining creative control, I will not sell the project. However, if it goes nowhere and someone's offering me $200 million or something awesome like that, who knows? I got to feed the monkey. But as it stands right now, I want to get this film funded, and I will get it made for whatever budget I can get. If that means $500,000, great. If that means $25 million, like it needs, then that's great too. But this movie will get made, even if it's a long-term haul. When Michael W. Dean asked if the eventual movie would have a happy ending, David responded by asking the host a question. What do you think? You tell me. I would guess and hope that it probably has a triumphant ending, Dean answered. But it's the hero standing on a pile of bodies, some of them people he knew. That's pretty close, David admitted. That's pretty astute. I'm proud of you. There will be a pile of bodies. You won't know who's going to end up in that pile when you're watching it. A film has to follow convention. A film has to follow convention. It has to follow that storytelling formula. Otherwise, the story doesn't work. But once you know the rules, you can break the rules. And Gray State breaks the rules in that it's not only immediately physical, it's interdimensional. It's very layered. It's spiritual at times, without adhering to any sort of Western philosophy. But it's deep. It's taken me a long time to craft this story. And while it might not be a physically surface level happy ending, anyone who's paying attention will extract some real values from the ending. The Gray State trailer did not put David Crowley in debt. It's all paid for. We paid cash for everything. If Gray State takes off and starts to pay the bills, that'll be sweet. Otherwise, it would have to take a back burner while we make a living. David also explained the filming process for the movie trailer. We wanted to do it for real, but a lot of it was guerrilla, unfortunately. A lot of the scenes we did, it was like it had the real scale of a real production. So a lot of them, yes, we went to the city. We got permits. We hired cops to babysit for us for a few hours, and we did it for real. But a lot of the stuff was just guerrilla, just because we couldn't get a hold of the city liaison who does that stuff, or they didn't know what to do. It was only a 3-second shot anyways. So there's a couple things like that, but by and large, it was a real production. Minneapolis is a bitch to deal with, David continued. They want to charge you like $150 an hour, even if you're just a freelance photographer. The initial park scene we shot in guerrilla style, just real quick. But the St. Paul people, I mean, Twin Cities is Minneapolis and St. Paul, those guys are a delight to deal with. They'll give you a cop. They'll make all the communications for you, and they'll set it up for you. And all you got to do is send them a check at the end of the day. During the interview, David Crowley was asked if he had made any enemies as a result of the Gray State Project. I do know that I've already made a lot of enemies, Crowley responded, and that this was a long time ago, actually. I made enemies just by releasing little bits and talking to people about my idea for this film, long before it was even released as a trailer. And I have made no shit enemies just because they don't want to hear it, and a lot of them have been family. Not my family, but I'm talking about other actors who've spoken to their family about it and people who don't want to hear it. And what they do is they assign, like, well, that can't be real, so it's going to be a terrible movie, so I don't want to hear anything about it. But I wonder if they thought the same thing about Toy Story. Like, hey, toys don't talk. This movie sucks. So the negative reaction has largely been not reputable. So it's just been a lot of silly banter about, I'm a Zionist pig and don't support my film. Michael Dean also asked if Crowley had ever been contacted by a government agency. If I were contacted by a government agency, David responded, I would not know about it. So I can't really answer that question. I'm sure that I have been. A lot of the reactions I'm getting about the trailer, they want to peg me as some kind of Zionist Jew, I guess, because my name is David. I guess that's proof enough for them. My lead actor's name is Danny Mason. Oh, you mean like Freemasons? So they want to develop their own conspiracy theories. They want to say the whole film is COINTELPRO. I'm just trying to develop lists to put them on. It's all very, very silly. David also mentioned being accused of being a Marxist. Asked if he's a Christian, David responded, I am. I am, but I don't know where to draw that line between what I've been taught my whole life and what is probably more closer to the truth, if that makes sense. I've done a lot of spiritual exploration. I tend to end at the same answers, though. David also addressed the critics and negative responses to his project. A lot of people say that Gray State is just fear porn, and they're not going to support it, and it's fear mongering and stuff like that. Just because Gray State is scary doesn't make it fear porn. Even though you may be killed resisting, the act of resistance on a metaphysical level has value. David Crowley, 2012. The Quran. A Quran was found on the living room floor, open to page 995. Of the several torn Quran pages found on the living room floor, only 3 pages with blood stains were labeled and submitted to the laboratory. These are labeled as Item 5, Item 6, and Item 10. 2 of these pages, Item 5 and Item 6, were found next to David. Item 6 was found under brown fabric. The other page, Item 10, was found on the opposite side end of the living room floor next to Kamel. Looking at the BCA lab results, the Quran and the 3 pages were not tested and not mentioned further. In fact, the Quran was barely mentioned in the Apple Valley police reports. Initially, aside from one image of the living room wall, all mention of the blood writing, the Quran, and the note in the office bedroom were redacted from police reports. Even when the Quran was mentioned in BCA documents, it was simply referred to as a book. This is the Quran found on the living room floor. Item 8 is a camouflage knife found in the open position with blood stains on the blade and hole of the blade. The knife was close to David's left leg next to the couch. The DNA on the knife came from a mixture of 2 or more individuals, according to DNA results. David, Kamel, and Rania cannot be excluded from being possible contributors to the mixture, but 99.9998% of the general population could be excluded. Item 8-1 is blood swabbed inside the hole of the blade. Item 8-2 is a swab of blood found on the folding side of the blade. Blood is not present on the handle of the knife, item 8-3. Item 8-4 is a hair sample found on the handle. Since a knife was found in the open position, is this evidence of a struggle? This is the knife found on the living room floor. The fall of Gray State. The fall of Gray State did not happen when David died. Gray State fell when those who worked alongside of David took the project and tried to make it their own. Gray State fell when those associated with the social media pages claimed David was guilty within weeks, if not days, of the bodies being found. This is long before the DNA, ballistics, electronic records, and financial records all proved there was no evidence of their friend's guilt. The team simply jumped the gun and concluded David was a child killer, a wife killer, and a coward who committed suicide. That is the fall of the Gray State. Bury truth in a shallow grave. Grab your shovel and keep digging. On the surface, we were told David Crowley was guilty of a double murder-suicide. We were told the case was closed, that David was the perpetrator, and the public was not in any danger. We wanted to believe them. But what they told us was not the truth. The more we began to dig for the truth, the more truth we found buried under the surface.
This is the ideal family, seemingly, and everything went terribly wrong.
We may never know what made David Crowley finally snap. Certainly the conspiracy theorists will fill in some of those gaps.
10 things that prove David Crowley is innocent.
He just lost his way, financially lost his way, life, stress.
David's blood is not on any bullets. His DNA is only on one, item 57. Police could not find a motive. David was planning for the future. David had a working deal with Michael Entertainment Group to turn Gray State into a TV series.
We didn't fire David, or we didn't get rid of David, or however that went, and he didn't walk away from us. I mean, there was never any of that.
David was wounded as evidenced by the blood on the magazine. The lack of David's prints at the crime scene. There is no evidence David committed suicide.
Well, a poet once said, the purest products of America go crazy. And David Crowley went crazy, and David Crowley documented his own life and did it in such a way that makes me feel he knew that there was an ultimate end use for the thing.
This is a person that was not thinking clearly, committed a horrible act by taking those lives. And his mind at that point was deranged. He just was not in a normal state. He wasn't thinking rationally.
It almost embodied him, almost to the extent of where it would dictate a lot of his thoughts and his ideas and his, I guess, outlook in reality.
He looked like he literally was sleeping, and breathing on his computer. Failure was not an option for him.
As you sit here today, a year later, do you have an idea of what those final moments looked like?
It was horrifying. You have a tragic loss of an entire family. It looks like David snapped and took the lives of his wife and daughter, and then ultimately himself. And it was a very sad scene. You know, during the holidays, a beautiful family, and just tragically lost.
The rear slider was open 1/4 inch.
4933 rear slider is unlocked, slightly ajar.
Copy, rear slider unlocked, slightly ajar.
The initial reports here was that it was a murder-suicide. I have reports that some investigators may be calling this suspicious at this point. That may just be, people hoping that it's suspicious. But I'm hearing that it may be suspicious. And I also have heard that there is reports of a sliding door that was left unlocked. I don't know how much you can say about the investigation. I know you're following it closely. What can you tell us about that?
The only thing I can confirm on right now is obviously the investigation's ongoing. I haven't seen the reports about it being suspicious on it. Until we get the full amounts, the full actual report from the police and what they've come to it, I haven't really, from what we're getting from, like I said, from communication with the family and from some other individuals I'm not going to name, who are kind of coming forth with their own story. I'm just going to probably just stick to it as what the examiner said, as it being a suicide at this point right now.
Anyone could have entered or exited without forced entry.
Who wrote Allah Akbar on the wall?
He did.
He did it. I mean, there's no denying it.
In her blood?
Yes.
Why did he do that?
We believe that was just kind of a parting shot.
To who?
Probably at her for having a Muslim past.
That, I believe, that's David being sarcastic. That's him possibly throwing a jab.
A jab at Kamel's family?
Possibly.
There is no evidence to show David wrote Allahu Akbar on the living room wall. If David didn't write it, who did? More importantly, if police know they cannot prove David wrote the blood writing, why are they blaming David for it?
But we have no idea what pushed him over the edge.
Right, we don't know what the trigger was, what was the breaking point.
Investigators spent months sifting through 20 terabytes of video David Crowley had kept on more than a dozen hard drives, looking for clues.
How much of this do you think had to do with the film?
I think a great deal. From all accounts, he was consumed with producing this film, and it was a dark topic. You're talking about conspiracy theories and potentially the fall of society. And if you're focusing on that day in and day out, and those are materials you're working with, and you're filming exclusively on that topic, that can take you to a very bad place.
So you think he literally went down the rabbit hole of these conspiracy theories and just couldn't separate himself from it?
I believe so.
And the Crowley case certainly fit the pattern
of domestic violence.
Kamel was everything to David. And if there was no Kamel, there is no David.
According to hundreds of pages of police reports, no one ever saw David physically abuse his family.
There is no suicide note.
Danny, let me ask you about this, because there is a report that's out now from, I believe it's Canada Free Press. And an interviewer who had Danny on a show says that, and this was back in 2012, so it was a little while ago, but says he had Danny on the show and he was talking to him pre-interview. And in that pre-interview conversation, he jokingly said something about, Danny, I hope you don't have any thoughts of suicide. And he was joking about it in reference to Andrew Breitbart dying and Michael Hastings dying, and just saying off the cuff, I hope you're not killed over this project. And he says that David had responded to him and said that no, he had no feelings of suicide and he had no suicidal thoughts. And so they had talked about this prior to the interview. I'm just wondering if you've seen that report and if you can comment on that at all.
That I can't comment because I don't know, and I don't totally, I'm not familiar with the interview on it, so I won't be able to comment on.
That would be news to you. You weren't familiar with that conversation prior to.
I'm not. No. I wouldn't. If the only part of that conversation I would have been familiar with would have been on what would have taken place during the part of the interview. I know that knowing David, any point, of the suicide and the extreme of the tragedy doesn't, like I said, it doesn't, for us, it still doesn't make sense.
Danny, I just want to ask you this. Did you guys ever have this conversation? And the reason I ask that is because, look, I've been asked this question many times before. A lot of people have asked me dozens and dozens of times, do you feel safe? Do you worry about being killed for what you're doing? They jokingly say, are you suicidal? And they don't say it making a joke out of suicide. They say it, in reference to Andrew Breitbart. They say it in reference to Michael Hastings. And they say, look, I hope that you are safe in what you're doing. And so they ask the question, you're not feeling suicidal, are you? I'm just wondering, did you guys ever have this conversation about him fearing for his life, feeling threatened? Is that a conversation about death that you guys ever had?
We've had that conversation early on it, and this is when, but then there was a period when David started putting distance between his friends and his family on it, and that his I know that he was going through a personal transition, and I don't know if he was battling a lot of the bigger questions on spiritualism and his placement within society and also as a filmmaker. So I don't know if that part, but the discussions that we had before, I know that he wouldn't be suicidal because David was one of the strongest guys I've ever met before in my life, not only intellectually, but just physically all around. When you think of alpha males, he was like to the T of that. So that's why, and like I said, for me to say that it was a suicide and dual murder, it's hard enough to actually have those words come out of my mouth. Do I truly believe that? I'm going to look at the reports. I'm very analytical. I know David, but at the same time, I got to look at the bigger picture and all the facts and from the information that's coming in and what David was doing and kind of where he was emotionally at that time. Some of it is up to speculation because the contact with him became less and less in the course of a couple months ago, and that just wasn't me. It was his family and his friends on the same time. So
what Mr. Alam said to me was, he goes, I can't believe how the Apple Valley Police would rush to a judgment that soon without knowing the facts.
To have a suicide note, first you have to prove David wrote one with his handwriting. Even if we assume the handwritten note in the office was written by David, it is not a suicide note. Police never call this a suicide note, and rightfully so. There is blood all over the notepad, and there is a bloody print matching David's left middle finger. Now there is blood all over the notepad, and there is one bloody print matching David's left middle finger. But does that prove David Crowley wrote Open the Rise most recent version, Submit to Allah Now? These are the 10 reasons, but there are many more.
Apple Valley police also know that despite thousands of hours of forensic work, they'll be accused of a cover-up. If life can imitate art, so can death. David Crowley leaving behind a legacy of paranoia, revealing just how dark the gray state can be. As the Crowleys became increasingly isolated last year, their family made multiple attempts to reach out and help them emotionally and financially. Family members on both sides declined to talk on camera. Quite frankly, they're afraid they'll be harassed by some of these conspiracy theorists out there.
I can see how getting that news out and people relating that I'm not suicidal, and with a lot of people who are within the world of conspiracy and saying that he was, outed by the government. I don't think he actually was outed by the government on this because of, like I said, the relationship and you being an outsider and us being close family. But I know that we're working thoroughly on investigating it, and we know that we have a long road ahead of us, and it's going to take a lot for us to fully digest the actual claim of a murder-suicide at that point. So yeah, until I get all the facts in, and I know that his family feels the same way, and I know his close friends feel the same way. Like everybody else, it still doesn't sit right because we don't want to believe it in it, and but we just don't want people to do anything stupid on it and use it for a justification for some other tragedy.
This has nothing to do with Islam, but everything to do with a man that lost his way and ultimately killed his wife, his daughter, and then himself.
What Werner Herzog brought to this project for me was a constant reassurance that I wasn't completely crazy in pursuing this project. And the problem is, if you're looking to Werner Herzog for a reality check on craziness, you may be kind of in the wrong orbit. And in this project, I went through everything, and I had a small team of editors who were putting together the various sequences from Crowley's archive. So we just sort of saw what was there, and then we became familiar with this vast amount of footage. I call this the feel-bad film of 2017. There is no easy, tidy ending where everything sorts out, we all sing Kumbaya, and the Wookiee gets a medal at the end of the film. It's not that. It's meant to be chewed over. It's meant to be watched twice. It's meant to be dissected. It's meant to be analyzed. And anyone's analysis of what happened is probably as good as mine. What we've done is tried to present, in essence, the story in as true a fashion as we can, and let the audience or the viewer decide what they take away from it.
I want to reinstate that he was coming up with a couple of new directions for what he wanted to proceed with Gray State. And when he gets in that mode, I just let him get in that mode. And I've been with him in that part of that mode when he gets kind of into the creative state. And it's one of those things you got to let him be, let him process, let him get in all the things down that he wants to show you. So he's able to actually explain it to you fully without you asking questions. And then him becoming frustrated on it because, like I said, his mind works like 1,000 miles an hour.
Cut crew. We cut crew from the budget. You had a budget?
See, now you're hitting on my main point.
The more that Dave and Mitch apply their knowledge to the marketing aspects, it makes it comparable to huge budget features, and it draws the eye.
The trailer is almost secondary to the concept push itself. We are generating something like 25 behind-the-scenes videos. They're pushing this concept, showing that, yeah, we planned for this, and we did this, and this is what we get. This is no budget. We've already passed a lot of local films on Facebook in popularity. We're in hibernation. If we approach an investor with a completed trailer and we have 10,000 Facebook fans, a movement behind it, that's already a sale. Once the red carpet gets rolled out for this New World Order program, everything is free game. The bastard of it all is that you've heard of everything. Americans believe that they can't do anything. And day by day, they're becoming correct. It's a game of numbers, and we're losing.
I think Gray State
would definitely run into some problems because they're pushing the envelope. With anything that's pushing the envelope or trying to get a message out there that maybe not everybody agrees with, you're going to have some things you run in with.
I think it's going to go over well with whomever you show it to. I think it'll go over well with them. Whether they want to actually give us money to do it, who knows?
For David, I think he was in the most furthest state of decomposition. When the body starts to get mummified the way that he was, that, and from the things that I have seen, is not 3 weeks worth of decomposition. They were in, I would say, maybe a week to maybe a week and a half, from what I've seen personally, into decomp, with the bloating, the skin slippage, things of that nature. David was way too far into his decomposition. If I had to put a timeline on him, he would have been more 3 to 4 weeks into his decomp, because that's when you start to see the mummification. He had mild bloating in the abdomen not mild, but he had the bloating in the abdomen.
It was mild, yeah. It didn't get to the point, as you know, they will, but he wasn't nowhere near that.
There was no putrefaction. Mm-hmm. There was lack of fluids that the body will expel. It's called purging. Mm-hmm. I didn't see that really in all three of them. The lack of blood also really kind of set wrong with me, especially for murder, suicide, because I've seen that personally with my own 2 eyes multiple times.
Where does the project stand? What can you speak to as far as that goes? What do people need to know about where it goes from here? Because this project obviously bigger than just you or even just David. It is a project and a labor for a lot of folks. Just wondering what you can tell us as far as the future of Gray State.
For all the fans who've been supporting us, we couldn't have done it without the help with you guys. I know that we're going to be, and this is going to be also the representatives of Gray State, for our own personal dealing with the matter and coping and making sure we're at a good spot. We're going to go black for a while until we can fully understand where the direction is going to be, because a lot of the vision behind Gray State was David, and we don't know how to, until the extent we can get the full idea where David wanted to go with it. I want to get to that point and then make sure we can stick and make the purest, best vision that David wanted for it, because that's what David deserves, 100%. I mean, there shouldn't be any kind of sidestepping that at all. I think there will be something that will come from this. I don't know what it will be right now, but I know that we won't stop at it. I know that it will take, the Gray State will take a new shape and form, but we won't compromise. I know that, because I won't in general, because I feel like I'll be compromising a good friend and a visionary, and that's what David was.
Now, another thing that I want to kind of go a little bit further with Sophia was just asking, because on David's autopsy, it clearly states marked autolysis, and Kamel and Rania are just autolysis. Now, in the medical field, and I'm assuming it's the same for you, words mean something. So when they put marked, it's for a reason. So they're saying that they've noticed it's more advanced. Is that what you would expect? Is that your understanding as well?
That is my understanding. Words definitely do mean something when they are, when they're different. If you've got a whole case like in this instance, where you've got one victim that has that marked, in there, and the other ones don't, that's very telling that he had more than the others, which again, in my opinion, just my opinion, he was first.
Yeah, and that's what we've been saying. Sophie and I have been saying this for a long time, and again, we've taken a lot of heat, but we've been reading these reports and looking at the photos, but really, you know, when you pay attention to what's being said, they're telling you the order. So that's why we're like we're very vocal going, no, wait a minute, David died first, not Kamel, not Ronnie, David did. So if he died first, how did he kill them? And yet we can't get any answers from anybody like that. Instead, you know, we get poo-pooed and made fun of and said, oh, you guys are crazy, you don't know what you're talking about. And it's like, wait a second. So when you offered to come on, you have no idea how happy you made us. We're like, hey, somebody who knows. Not that we were expecting you to say what we were saying, but we knew you were going to say what we were saying, because in the medical field and how death goes, it only goes a certain way.
It can't go one. It can't go one or the other. It is very specific how it happens. No matter who you are, no matter how you pass, the stages of decomp and disposition, it's all the same.
I was able to touch base with him, left him a message, and to my surprise, he gave me a call back, and we chatted on the phone for 37 minutes one afternoon, and he was real open and forthcoming. At the end, he asked me, you know, directly, do you think David did this? I said, I don't think he did. I said, I don't know who did, but I don't personally believe that David pulled the trigger. And he says, well, I said, now, are you interested in investigating this case? He said, I'll tell you what, he's got a lot of faith along with the family, and he says, regardless if David did it or not, I can still sleep well at night knowing that whoever did this will have to face God. And that will be that person's biggest issue. So he goes, I'm not concerned here on this earth to find out who did it or not, or in fact, who did it. He goes, I've got a daughter and a granddaughter that I cannot get back. I never will. If I had time and money, would I investigate it? He goes, yes, I would. But he goes, I don't have time. I don't have funds. But he goes, if I had both of those things, I would certainly be investigating this case, because it doesn't add up. He agrees with our group, and I think with Greg mostly. He, along with the Crowleys, it sounds like, are waiting for this report to come out along with us. He says, I have no reason to really go against what I've heard so far from them, but I'm waiting, just like you are, to see what the police have to say about this. So he hasn't been told. The Crowley's parents haven't been told. I don't believe. I think they've been given some parameters of what more than likely took place, but I don't believe law enforcement gave them details at all. So they're still in the dark too, and that's why they've been quiet. He thinks is why you haven't heard anything from the Crowleys or the Alams, because they haven't been given anything to chew on. They're waiting, as we are, to see what the final result is. Then once this report comes out, that's final and marked closed, and everything's finalized, then you might hear the uproar from the families if they agree with it or not. But right now, he says there's really nothing to say on a public statement or to go public with anything, because we don't know what happened.
Could it be that they're just really taking their time to make sure they really get their story straight, because they know there's a spotlight on this whole case, and there's people like us who's going to be picking apart the official story once it's released. So they want to make sure that they don't have to backtrack on something they said in an official investigation. They want to make sure they have all their bases covered, and maybe someone in federal law enforcement, or maybe someone has spoken to some of the investigators to tell them to make sure that they have to be very careful with this case about what type of information is released. I believe it's something along those lines.
Mr. Alam did not speak to any of the family. Sidra was the sole person dealing with everything. Miss Alam was really sick at the time, and they were in Dallas in another hospital. So Sidra basically told Mr. Alam, you know, don't worry about anything. I'll take care of it. You worry about Mom. Her husband will take care of the businesses. She'll handle all of this. So that was what was decided.
Do you think that any of that was encouraged by the Gray State team?
I believe when the whole documentary thing happened, yes, I think they took advantage of Sidra, her being naive and wanting to see the good in everyone, which, I mean, even from certain things that had happened and while I was there, I kept telling her, you know, just don't trust everybody. And, you know, it stuck out to me, especially with Mason Hendricks. He really didn't want Mr. Alam on the documentary. He kept pushing for just Sidra. He even told her not to tell Mr. Alam about this documentary. He put her in a position where she was very, you know, she didn't know what to do. But yeah, I definitely think they kind of liked that they were just dealing with Sidra and not Mr. Alam. Because in all reality, if Mr. Alam had been dealing with all this would have been a whole nother thing. It wouldn't have transpired to all of this. It wouldn't have gotten to this, especially with the documentary.
I interviewed the Colorado Springs medical examiner. His name was Dr. Leon Kelly. Now, a lot of this was to help other people, but because I was asking him about the decomposition, and he said, and I asked him to explain the mummification and tell me if you have seen or heard of this. He explained it as if hands and feet are bare and they're near an object like paper or something that will wick away the moisture out of the skin, plus the fact that the hands and feet are thinner. There's not as much adipose, and it's just basically almost skin and bones. But we know there's tissue and there's, well, he said for him that explains the mummification, but he said that their time of death was 4 to 7 days for Kamal and Rania. But he said 10 days at most. He goes, I wouldn't put it past 2 weeks. He said because they were able to do the slicing of the organs, and the organs had not yet liquefied, and only some of the internal cavities had partial decomp fluid in them. But when you're trying to tell people that no, the way this body is, we still have organs that are intact that can be sliced and put on, look at under a microscope. They're not advanced.
Right. Yeah, no, I would say in my experience, seeing someone in a severely advanced state of decomposition, most of the biological tissue is non-existent.
And just know that it could be a little while, but it's not going to stop us in our tracks. Right now, we just have to take some time so we can grieve and just, take care of ourselves first. Because if we don't, then what we try to come out with the idea with Gray State and the vision that David had will not even come close to it. And the last thing I want to do, and everybody else associated with part of the team, we do not want to let the fans down and not get what we wanted to out originally if David was around.
All this buzz that people have for Gray State, we didn't start it. We just started shooting. We started doing a scene here, a scene there, involving people that we wanted, and it just generated from there.
The people who have worked on Gray State already are like evangelists. I kid you not.
The more people that were brought on to Gray State, the more they started talking about it and publicizing it. And it just became this huge buzz. Like, tell me more about Gray State. Hey, how can I get on that set?
People working on feature films being shot during the same time. The cast and crew on that feature film was talking about Gray State.
I think everybody's in anticipation.
But we knew we had to use that hype for our own good and push that because we knew it being successful was going to be built on word of mouth and grassroots.
The things that we're showing, the things that we're saying are appealing to people. It's making it a very popular idea.
I think people are finally seeing a film that it's a direct reflection of what reality is actually becoming. And I think people are, at this point, are extremely happy and excited for a project like this to show that.
We have generated this concept that has resonated with people. With just the promise of a concept trailer, we're competing with other local feature films that have already got their budget, already shot, and they're on the downslope already. We're looking at the upslope.
I can't see Gray State not being a success. It's definitely gonna knock it out of the park.
It will get funded, it will be shot, and it will be made.
This is the rise. We're just starting out. That is my favorite part of Gray State, is that I hardly need to sell the concept.
Herein lies the biggest issue with all of this, with his passion, Greg's passion, and Dan's passion, Dan Hennon, and the rest, is that the chances of actually getting the truth, actually having justice for David Crowley, are pretty slim, and that sucks. Okay, so why would they off this guy? Well, A, he did 3 tours. B, he was a veteran and became awake to what was going on. And C, he had the funding. So supposedly this guy lost his mind and decided to kill himself, his young daughter, and his wife right after he got the funding to make this movie, which would show nothing you've seen on Netflix, nothing you've seen on Prime, nothing you've seen will expose what he was exposing. Because he was showing you straight up, and this was the scariest thing, I think, to people, was that they're watching your every move. They're watching you through your devices. And they called people like Alex Jones nuts for talking about this. And that was a fact. But they were showing you there's actually people in the room. Anyway, again, I got to calm down, because it's been a long time since I had a chance to talk to this. But what David Crowley was going to expose what was more than the general public probably could handle.
What got me so thrilled about this whole thing was when the police went into the house and they didn't even look up into the ceiling near the doorway where there was a bullet hole.
Oh, working on Gray State was such a positive experience, and I was so glad to be a part of it. And I hope sincerely that we can move on to a feature film where I can work with these guys day in and day out and be a part of a really exciting process.
I'd like to see him get it made and have it actually go somewhere and be noticed as being something that got made in Minnesota. And wow, they pulled something off with nothing.
I think so much work has gone into a concept trailer because they believe in what they're writing about.
I know with David and Mitch as filmmakers, they wanted to do a lot of things, and they wanted to push the barrier and the envelope as much as possible.
So, Eric, we do have that 911 call in the private chat here in StreamYard.
I got to get my freaking recorder ready, man. So I can record it too right now.
You know, if they wait any longer to do this film, they're not going to be able to find anybody that could even see after all these people getting vaxxed and all that shit.
Yeah.
I mean, they're not going to be able to use a camera.
I've thrown it out there with Greg. Greg, how can we pick this script up? And
I really think once his name gets cleared, it'll be a green light.
You think it will?
Yep.
Police and fire on me. Yep, coming through loud and clear.
Yes, this is Judy Procknell, and I live at 1055 Ramsdale Drive.
Yes.
I think there's been a murder or suicide next door.
What's going on?
Well, wait.
What? Can we pause? What? What? Hold on. What? I think there's been murder, suicide. She really just said that. My bad. I should just let it play. That's the
It
part.
could happen. I mean, I could see some people I know. I could see that happening, but it does sound fishy. I mean,
I think there's been a murder. Okay.
Yes, this is Judy Procknell, and I live at 1055 Ramsdale Drive.
Yes.
I think there's been a murder or suicide next door.
What's going on?
Well, we've noticed that they haven't been around, and there were Christmas presents on the stoop. So I went over there, and there's a dog in the house, and there's definitely some bodies in the living room.
Oh, okay. Stay on the line with me just a minute. Do you know what their address is?
1055, and they would be to the west of me.
Okay, the house. So,
1050 or whatever.
okay, so if I'm facing and looking at your house, Judy, would it be the house to the right or the left?
And look at those Christmas presents. They've never been touched, and they're still wrapped.
They've been there for how long?
Well, those were actually stacked up. So those are not how Colin Procknell found them. Colin Procknell said that they were actually scattered, and so he goes up to the door and he stacks them up. And then he's well, first like, oh, maybe I'll take them back home. Then
because we always go to our neighbor's house and stack their packages.
Yeah, stack them up.
Got it.
Yeah.
The neighbor came over and stacked them back up because that was one of my points of contention a while back. Was the fact that how could they just be still stacked like that after 2 weeks in the winter, you know? So
in the wind,
and that even makes it goofier. I went over and I restacked their bag. Look at, he stacked them all nice. Got the, and this is insanity. Yeah. Now, Greg, at what point did the neighbors say they went and stacked them up? Is that they stacked them up and then looked through the window? And that's exactly okay. So they stacked them up like that and then looked at, got it. Thank you.
Yep. Right. What are you seeing in there?
It looks like there's a pile of bodies and one, like the head is eaten off.
Oh, no.
I'm killed by the dog. And
again, from the crime scene photos that I've seen with the limited vision we can see from the bodies, you cannot be able to see that.
I'm sorry.
I'm overanalyzing. This is insane. We're only a minute through, Greg. Thank you. I cannot thank you enough.
This is Judy, and I live at 155 Ramsdale Drive. Yep. I think there's been a murder or suicide next door. Okay, why would she say that? Do you know what their address is? Well, I'm 1055 and they would be to the west of me. Okay, so how so? So like 1050 or whatever. So she doesn't know the address?
I mean, it's right there on the front door.
To the right? What are you seeing there? It looks like there's been a pile of bodies and one looked like the head is eaten off.
Whoa. Eaten off. Not chopped off. Yeah. Not missing. Eaten off.
Not blown off by
right. Not blown off. Anything you could say. Eaten off. Got it.
Dog did it.
Right. Of course.
Oh no, Judy.
Wait a minute. Dog's not going to eat the head off. It's going to eat everything but the. Oh my God. There is a skull on the. Anyway.
2 heads, by the way.
I know. I surprised by the dog, and my husband thought they were dummies, but the hands looked real, inaudible, and they looked, and they would have been there since before Christmas.
That's how ridiculous.
It's ridiculous.
Dog had a full bag of food. And when remember when we went through the crime scene photos, Greg? Mm-hmm. The full bag of food. The dog knows where his food comes from. He would chew through that bag of food. Instead, he chose to eat his owners. I mean, that's just one of the many craziness things.
Yeah.
Thank you for telling me there's people in here who do not know the case. Because, I mean, this is things that people, ridiculous things.
Here's a weird take for me. Okay, now maybe it's the area, maybe it's those people. The wrapping paper, the Christmas wrapping paper on those presents, maybe I saw it wrong. It was black and white.
What you didn't see wrong is how perfect and how well they looked. I mean, they looked like they weren't touched by the elements whatsoever, laying out there for how many weeks? Whether they're stacked up right or wrong, I mean, they would have been torn up in the winter, especially if they were all over the freaking yard. There would have been animals. It could have came. I mean, it's just, that's the insanity. Let's.
But you know what?
I want to go back to the presents and show you how perfect and pristine they look. After laying out there for how many weeks, Greg?
3.
3 weeks. This is the way that the wrapping paper looks. Are you kidding? You gotta be kidding me.
If somebody staged that, they might have thought through what color should I put on these, and there might have been a reason. Someone thinking they're going to be staging a scene doesn't want a lot of attention. They want packages to be there to be part of the narrative, but they don't want it to attract too much attention. So no one would notice really too much if they've been there too long. At least not people driving by like who don't live there.
There was not one tear that I can even find in these packages after 3 weeks out in the winter.
Guys, think about this. And this is how criminals think, the deeper thinkers. They might have wanted to put those there, right, a little later, and they were afraid any color gleam would catch someone's eye and maybe make them get noticed. They did not want to be as noticeable walking up to place those there. So they chose black and white. It kind of blends into the background, blends in.
Oh, yeah, good point. Well, here's another thing. When the dog eats human remains, or obviously when a human becomes deceased, it lets go of his bowels. I'm sure the dog definitely dug into that because there's actually food in that. So a dog would definitely eat whatever. Anyway, what it says here is that the dog would have increased vomiting too. So what this is saying is that if this is true, the dog would have vomited everywhere too.
No, I don't see any dog vomit anywhere.
No, see, that's great.
That's the thing too. When a dog vomit, they go back to eat it up. So that's why.
Well, and then vomit again, and then eat up, and then vomit.
Yeah, you'd see it on the rug though. You'd see those stains.
Absolutely, you would. It's just it's just being a dog owner. You know, anyone who's a dog owner can attest to what I'm talking about here.
We got Pigeons Returns. G'day, Pigeons, in the chat room. How much weight had the dog lost when found? I can't imagine a distressed dog would have a great appetite.
That's what I was thinking. I forgot to say that.
From what I'm reading here, it'd be dead from eating human remains for 3 weeks. That's what
So, Greg, how much did the dog actually lose in weight when the dog was found and taken to the vet to get checked up?
Well, I can only speculate on it, but very, very little from what I've heard from sources.
Yeah, because we don't know what he weighed to begin with.
Beforehand. Yeah, we don't know what it weighed beforehand.
But if he was,
we do have photos. Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe eating humans, if it ate humans, it makes the dog not bark anymore because none of the neighbors heard it. But I digress. Let's finish the sucker up.
And there is a $14,000 check in that brown bag right there.
Really?
Yeah, from David's dad.
And Greg, what about the newspaper that was found in the letterbox?
Yes. So there should have been 3 newspapers. There was only 1 that was found there. There should have been 3.
Oh,
the dog's been
Judy probably grabbed them and was reading them.
The dog took the papers and started reading, I guess.
We know he's a fast learner.
Well, he needed the newspapers to read while he was sitting on the toilet, crapping in the toilet and flushing it to get water. I mean,
it's uncertain.
It is, and we have to do this because it's that ludicrous.
I was basically the owner of an indie label called Planet X Records. One of our actually Australian artists was the one who shared out that original Gray State trailer. That's how I saw the concept trailer. So he put me onto that. That was around the time the crowdfunding campaign was going. Me and my co-host Gaz, who currently does my Paradigm Review. It's kind of a movie TV review show that is over on my channel, youtube.com/PlanetXFilm. We did an old audio radio show together, and so we had reached out to David, or at least Gray State crew. We didn't really know it was David at the time. And then we kind of had a preliminary off-air discussion, which I told you about before. And then ultimately he agreed to come on our show for the radio show. And that is how, when you see the Gray State, their promo pamphlet there, that is for the reason why you see my logo, which is actually the logo that I owned and copyrighted Planet X Records, inside of that Gray State promo kit. So it actually had Gray State Press, so he had us listed on all of the radio shows he had been on, which the Alex Jones show is listed here when they were on InfoWars, and then it also has what my old radio show was at the time, Planet X Radio. as for what the funds were for, as I was
Yeah.
saying, those are pre-production funds. That's just David's writing, prepping the script, travel back and forth from California, trying to get it in front of producers, trying to get it in front of studio.
But it looks like it was shut down or closed on October 6, 2012. But this thing raised over $61,000.
That was essentially startup money to get the concept trailer and the project in front of the right people. And if that comes down to that's simply money for David to live off of and work off of while he completes the final copy of the script, that actually makes sense as well. It's a totally normal process for indie films and Hollywood studio films as well. There's really nothing different about it for the most part, except for the fact that most people are just not lucky enough to get any independent funding at all, or get any studio backing whatsoever, which was not that I'm going to come on down here and guarantee that that's what it was, but we know the meetings David was having, so we know he was getting in front of the right people, at least up to what we know about the pre-production process. So a fairly usual pre-production process, I would say, except for the fact that due to the viral nature of the concept trailer, which is almost 4 million views, it's 3.9 million views right now, it was getting enough momentum to have people take notice, you know what I mean? Yeah, what I wanted to show you guys was the perk levels. I believe I can actually log into mine and look at mine. Mine was the Champion of Liberty, which was $1,000. You can see that first perk there, which is just the Patriot Point. Unfortunately, it's all grayed out now, and it's kind of, you can't really see it too well. But that had all the rest of the options there. And there's everything for $20, $25, get a T-shirt. I don't know, signed copies of the script. If you look at other Indiegogo campaigns or other films, like I've done a Danny Trejo movie, I've done a Dolph Lundgren movie, they're all relatively similar, right? It's like, generally if you throw up a few thousand, you could be associate producer. If you throw up a bit more, you could be a co-producer. If you throw up like $5,000, you could be an executive producer, etc.
According to this, you are an associate producer, and you'll get a credit if the film ever gets finished. So, I mean, if they finish it 12 years from now, do you think that'll hold up?
I'd love to hear that. Danny Mason, if you were out there, whatever corner of the universe you were hiding in, I'd love to talk to you one of you guys. Mitch, hit me up. You guys should all have my email. I'd love to get an answer on that. I don't actually know, but I would love to get a definitive answer on that. I've been asking about that for over a decade now, so I would think so. You know what I mean? But again, who's to say? I mean, I don't really know the legal ramifications if the IP passes off and changes hands, or if a studio picks it up, or I don't really know. I mean, they might just look at the crowdfunding campaign from 15 years ago, like, who the hell are these guys? I have literally no idea. But you know what I mean? My name's in a Rob Zombie movie. You know what I mean? There's been some haters that have had some fun with that. Saying that I brought the donuts to the set. I actually wasn't on the set. It was just a regular crowdfunding campaign, just like this one. So it's a funny joke, but it didn't really have any reality grounding,
Yeah, I can understand. That's par for the course, I believe.
Agreed.
So you got all those perks. Did you get all the perks that you were supposed to get? You were supposed to get a shout out.
I think so. I got the poster. I don't remember if they did the shout out on Twitter, because my Twitter tag has changed since. I got the poster. I had it framed. I think I still have it around somewhere in the garage framed. I got the T-shirt. I got the executioner mask. I got the ammo belt.
There's something signed. There's supposed to be a signed 8x10.
Oh, I did get that. I did get that. Where is that? Man, I should have brought all this stuff out to show it to you. Oh, I think it's in my. I think it's in my scrapbook. Yeah, I think I have that. Yeah.
Nice, very cool.
So signed by David, Mitch, and I think maybe Denny. And I had the list of all the contributors with their names and how much. So I think there was like one guy that threw down the 10 G's that I was telling you about, and I think there was maybe two more that threw down 5K, and then there was like quite a few that threw down 1,000.
Here's the actual press kit here. Those are chemtrails up there, right?
I would say so.
I always thought this was a fascinating photo. Like, what are they all looking at here? What is supposed to be up there?
I would say the chemtrails.
It's really fascinating how much this story changes too. How all of this changes at some point.
I wonder how much is that as a result of David's meeting with the Mikes. You know what I mean? I don't know if they specifically told him to change plot elements, so he started gearing it to more to what would, bring it to fruition, or if that was just a personal choice. I don't think there's really we don't really know much about that transition.
So this is all about getting that funding. The first Indiegogo campaign yielded $62,000,
which will be used to hire the necessary above-the-line professionals, lawyers, producers, marketing specialists, professional script analysis to propel Gray State through the conceptual stages into pre-production, which is basically what I said, not quite so eloquently. This initial effort will give the core Gray State creative team the resources to develop a professional production schedule, script breakdown, and begin seeking major financing and distribution deals. Now check that out. Written and directed by David Crowley, produced by David Crowley, production design, edited by David, music composed by David. I've told Greg about that before. Visual effects by David, sound design by David. Interesting.
Costume props probably too.
Yeah.
Since
The Bullet Exchange. Yeah, David is Bullet Exchange and Hothead. Yeah.
Who is on the team? I really like this one here. Who is on the team here? So we're going to get to know. And remember, this is the old team. Out with the old, in with the new. Yeah, so if you look at who is on the team here, David, writer, direct, but Danny August Mason, concept, researcher, and actor. That's it.
So it has DP. Mitch is director of photography.
Okay.
Producer.
And producer.
Uh-huh.
And then guess who they're adding to the team?
Oh no. Here it goes. All down here from Hill, folks. All downhill from here, folks.
Either way.
Domestic governance of the past few years. These unfortunate facts concern everyone, which is why we need your help.
That was one of the big things that I was looking for is what are the credits and who is the crew, and you can see it's written and directed by David. I think that pretty much ends Danny August Mason's claim right there.
Then I also have the executioner mask, which they obviously had copies of those, but the Masonic executioner guy with the apron that was chopping the heads at the end of the trailer, that as well.
Is it plastic? Is that mask of plastic?
Yeah, it's I guess it's plastic. It's almost like paper, It's pretty flimsy. I don't know if that's exactly what they use. Maybe they use something a little heavier duty in the trailer, but it's the exact same look. It looks exactly like it.
That's one of the more creepier scenes, I think, in that whole trailer there.
Yeah, I found it. I think, actually you guys can head over to my channel at youtube.com Planet X Film and check out the deep dives that Greg and I did on both versions of the script. But if you revisit my interview with David, he actually came up with another device. He invented a device that would be used instead of just the, kind of stereotypical guillotine. And I believe, he didn't elaborate on exactly what that was. Of course, he wanted to, keep some things, be a surprise for when the film drops or whatever, a new trailer or whatever. But if I'm not mistaken, I think it was some sort of like multi-purpose guillotine. So it'd be more than one at a time. It'd be 5 or 10. When the pre-apocalypse comes, you gotta get it done fast. So it has to be more efficient.
Of course.
So, interesting tidbit there. David obviously had a music interest. We both essentially came from a music background. It's been so long since I listened to that interview, but I believe we discussed it live of how he's the one who produced that music, the Gray State theme music, and he wrote and composed music. As we said, I think he is credited in the press kit. And obviously, my independent hip hop label at the time was Planet X Records. So we had released a track with I think I've talked about this with Rick, I'm pretty sure. Released a track at the time with the artist Cannabis, who has a gold record, 2000, or Can I Bus, which is produced by Wyclef Jean. His next album was called 2000 BC. He was on Howard Stern show. He was friends with Mike Tyson. If you know hip hop, you probably know who Cannabis is, or at least you should. So my group, Guerrilla Alliance, we have a record called Empire of Fear. On that record, you guys can check it out on Spotify or whatever, should that be your cup of tea. And we have a track called Ordo ab Chaos, Latin for Order Out of Chaos, featuring Cannabis. And it was just kind of the single we were promoting at the time. Our Empire of Fear concept is like very close to what the Gray State concept is. It's just a hip hop record, right? So we were discussing that, and I was like, even on the interview, David's like, hey, I don't really listen to a lot of hip hop personally, but he's like, I respect it. I think he had reached out, or somebody had reached out to Immortal Technique at the time, so they were going that route. And we were, my group was loosely affiliated with Immortal Technique through the organization Guerrilla Republic. They're kind of just an activist organization that did merch and such. I believe they're still around. And so I sent him Order Out KO, and I was just like, hey, if you ever want to use this, whatever. And he was like, oh man, he was like, actually, you saw his response, I believe, Greg. Yeah. He was like, yeah, no, this is brutal. He was like, you guys mind if I use it for promos and such? And I was like, please do. So I had sent him that, and then what we were discussing on the interview was, I guess he said there was one guy who did a kind of Gray State hip hop track. I think it might still be on YouTube. It wasn't great in my opinion, but what David was saying was he had the essentially music files of that Gray State theme song on Dropbox, and this is actually this is quite an interesting story. I think people who are interested in the crowdfunding campaign and the concept trailer and whatnot would want to hear this. And so I was like, he's like, I'm willing to let people take that music and use it for samples to kind of do your own thing with. And the other MC in my group, Guerrilla Alliance, is Mac the Rebel from the Bronx, New York, so a Puerto Rican artist, and he's also a producer. So I was thinking like, oh man, this would be crazy, you know what I mean? Mac takes the music samples, he makes a new hip hop beat for us, and then we do this kind of like, Gray State like epic track, like essentially exactly what the Gray State concept trailer was, but a hip hop version using those exact samples. So when you watch the trailer, you're like, you hear, you can see the affiliation because it's, that similar kind of background music with the beat. So he sent me access to the Dropbox, And I did. I don't know if I should say this on air because I don't know the legal ramifications, but I did back up those music files, which is interesting because when everything happened, how it happened to David and his family, somebody went into that Dropbox and they wiped the files. They started pulling everything out. So we don't know who that was or who deleted it, but I assure you that somebody definitely did, because when I don't know if you've used Dropbox before, Greg, I'm sure you have, but when you have a shared folder and files get added or deleted, you get notified. So I pretty much saw it happen in real time, and I'm like, okay, this is, you know, it's right around the time all those pages were posting weird stuff and everything got strange, you know what I mean?
Yep.
Right around that time, somebody went in the Dropbox and wiped out all the music, you know what I mean?
Wow, interesting. What happened here? Something went wrong. I guess you didn't get the executioner's mask, is what it says.
Yeah, so I think, and this is very, very common among crowdfunding campaigns, where you have like crap tons of perk people, and you got to ship out all these, you know, hard copy items out to people and whatnot. So I at first time around, I didn't get the executioner mask. And then what I actually wanted was the shock trooper mask. That I think it might be Danny who doubled as that character, because he played multiple characters in the concept trailer, obviously. But the shock trooper is kind of like that New World Order guy with the assault rifle, kind of like a SWAT looking dude with the backpack and the camo, and they have that kind of skull. It's like a bandana, but with the skull mask. You ever seen like bikers when they wear that that skull mask over their face while they're riding, so they don't get, you know, like dust and bugs in their mouth? That's what the shock trooper mask was. It was like that bandana, like black bandana with a white skull on it. Definitely, I think that's on the cover of the original Gray State poster. You know, it's like kind of like the New World Order dude with the AR.
Oh yeah, I remember that one.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. So people should be able to easily look that up. But so I wanted the shock trooper mask. I think they ran out, and I was like, okay, I'll take the executioner mask. And then it didn't come out. But actually, I'm not sure if I sent you Mitch's response, but yeah, I think he hit me back and he was like, oh yeah, sorry about that. And then they resent it to me. And actually, I think I did show you guys that one. Luckily, I got the cordless headphones, guys, so I can actually step away. Sorry, Greg. That's unprofessional.
It's okay.
Your fan base will survive.
They'll be all right. My fans love me.
The Hot Greg fan club, baby. You got more fans than you want.
1-800.
Get your head chopped up. So you got the so that I do have, and then I mean, maybe at the end of the show or something, I'll grab the ammo belt if you guys care to see it, and I'll show it to you guys. That's one thing that's never been on air before. So
yeah, for sure, definitely want to check it
out. I got it back there in the closet. Yeah, but I showed you and Rick everything, guys. So I got two guys that can vouch for me off air, guys. It's, you know, it's a simulation. It definitely happened. You know, internet, man.
This was a email that David sent out, like I said, on Christmas Day, 2012. Merry Christmas. We know we're at a dizzying pace here. So this is interesting. The list of people that he sent this to is very interesting too.
Yes.
But this is pretty cool. Did they regularly send stuff like this, or was this just this one time?
They did send updates, if I remember correctly, when they post those Indiegogo updates. I think IGG automatically kicks it to you like an auto email, like your campaign received an update, like something like that. So I think you get both. Like obviously it's posted on the campaign, but I think you get an email output as well. But this actual one, that's the only one I recall, but there may have been one or two other short ones, you know, just kind of short email updates. This is how pre-production's going, blah, blah, blah. But yeah, that's pretty ominous there, right?
I always wondered where that image came from. Now it makes sense.
That's crazy. Nothing says Merry Christmas and will you marry me like getting dragged off by the New World Order of shock troopers.
Yeah. They must have done something very wrong, I'm sure, to just deserve that.
Didn't get vaxxed or something. I feel you.
Hey there, hey everyone. Thank you for joining me here. This is going to be mostly replays. Just wanted to jump in really quick here and give just a special thank you to everyone who has supported this channel, everyone who cares about the David Crowley story, the David Crowley case here. This you're going to watch episodes number 0 through 9, so technically 10 shows so far that I've created. Got more coming. These are supposed to be very short videos, and what I'm doing here with this replay is just compiling them all into one long version video. This is pretty much my pitch to a documentary filmmaker that is out there somewhere that wants to cover this case, that is looking for something to make a film about. And I believe with the right pitch, with the right person, and if it's God's will, we will find the right person who can take up the actual mantle and create a real documentary film about David Crowley and about what we know about this crime here. The official theory is that it is a double murder suicide. Obviously, we've covered a lot of reasons why we don't believe that that is true. Focused on the facts, not our feelings. So that's the main thing. That's the big thing. Just really quickly, if you are into true crime, murder mystery type stuff, which you may be because you're here, this is another great book to get, Ultimate Prey by my friend Stephen Sanzeri. Stephen Sanzeri is a former police officer, former bail bondsman, and a bounty hunter, and a gym owner, which is pretty cool too. I thought that was pretty awesome. But he did send me this book, and this is The Ultimate Prey, the true story behind the Yosemite Sightseer murders. So if you know anything about that, or if you're curious about that, you can get this on Amazon right now, in Kindle, and I don't think there's an audiobook yet, but he needs to work on that audiobook. Also, the first book that I wrote, What is Truth? 9/11, all about 9/11 and some of the things that happened after 9/11. I'm also working on this book here. So going very, very slow, but Kyle Rittenhouse book. This will not be the official cover. So what you're seeing here is just a prototype. For music lovers, for everything, this is pretty much a song lyric book that I have here, pretty big here. So it's about 400 some odd pages of all of my songs, basically, and a couple short words from me. But this is just mostly for my family, mostly for historical purposes, archives. But what we're really here today to talk about is this book. And what you are about to watch is pretty much based on this book, The Gray Stage by Greg Fernandez Jr. And what this book is it just covers the David Crowley story. And like I said, pretty much what a documentary film should be somewhat based on this book here. I believe that's what a great film would do, not what Eric Nelson did with his hit piece on David Crowley. So we got the hit piece, we got that side, we got that version. Now we need a real documentary film. What you are about to see here is what I hope will be part someday of a real documentary film. And if it doesn't happen, if we can't find somebody to do it, we'll have to do it ourselves. So hopefully, I know there's a lot of talented filmmakers out there, documentary filmmakers, always looking for a good story, something to cover here. And I believe that the David Crowley story has everything and more that you would ever want from a murder mystery, true crime film, and just a documentary film, whether it's about a soldier, a filmmaker, a father, and in this case, you have all three right here. So God bless you all. Hope you all enjoyed this. And this is just episode number 0 through 9. There will be more in the near future. And until then, I say let's go ahead and get into this. This will be episodes 0 through 9. All right. God bless you all. Minnesota filmmaker and United States Army veteran David Crowley was accused of murdering his wife and daughter before taking his own life in December of 2014. The Apple Valley Police Department suspects the bodies were inside the Minnesota home for 3 weeks after they were found by neighbors on January 17, 2015. Within 24 hours of finding the bodies, authorities assumed this was a double murder suicide. The culprit was deceased, and the public was not in any danger.
Initially, authorities did not see a bullet hole in the living room ceiling or a bullet in the living room carpet. These were two of the most important items in the case, as they were tied to David Crowley and his daughter. It was only after investigators were told of their existence that they returned to the crime scene on 2 separate occasions and retrieved 2 spent rounds. What did authorities find in the Crowley house that proved David Crowley murdered his wife and daughter and then killed himself? Without a motive and with the absence of guilt, the case was closed with the status of exceptionally cleared. If David is truly guilty of this crime, then authorities should be forced to prove their theory. The gray stage exists solely because of the official conclusion, as stated on page 92 of the Apple Valley Police Reports PDF. With the conclusion of the review of digital devices, Detective Brian Bone reported on October 7, 2015, there is no other information available for further investigation. Throughout this investigation, the AVPD has not discovered any information or evidence that shows anybody but David is the perpetrator of these crimes, including the killing of his wife, child, and himself. Blood spatter in the living room was mostly on the ground, according to BCA crime scene team Joe Cooksley. A black Springfield XD40 handgun, labeled as Item 1A, with a rubber hoe grip sleeve, was found cocked on the living room floor, several inches from David's left hand, according to Detective Tommy Booth. Detective Brian Bone was more specific, stating the gun was found approximately 1 foot to the south of the left side of David's body. According to the firearm worksheet, some apparent blood-like substance was found in the barrel of the gun. The worksheet also mentioned apparent rust-like material, which could have been found on 1 of 3 unspent cartridges in the gun. The presence of blood was found on the grip, Item 1A-1, the slide, Item 1A-2, the trigger, Item 1A-3, and the muzzle, Item 1A-4 of the gun. Item 1B is the magazine inside of the alleged murder weapon. Ridge detail blood found on the magazine was labeled as Item 1B-1. Several blood mixtures were found on the gun, specifically on the trigger, Item 1A-3, and the magazine, Item 1B-1. DNA results show blood of 2 or more individuals on the trigger, with one of those individuals being David Crowley. The blood did not match Kamel, but Rania could not be excluded as a possible contributor. 2 or more DNA profiles were found on the magazine. The major DNA profile on the magazine matched David Crowley. An estimated 99.9997% of the general population was excluded from being possible contributors, but Kamel and Rania could not be excluded. 2 cartridges were removed from the magazine and labeled as Item 1B1 and Item 1B2. Item 1C is an unspent cartridge found in the chamber of the handgun. Latent prints were not found on these 3 items. Item 1D is listed as a bore patch from Item 1, and Item 1E is listed as test-fired specimens from Item 1. Hairs and fibers found on the gun and magazine were labeled as Item 1A-5 and Item 1B-2. Latent print results revolved around 2 of 3 latent prints suitable for comparison. 1 found on the gun and 1 found on the magazine. LP1A-1 is a latent palm print on the gun. According to latent print results, No known palm prints for David Crowley were submitted or found in the BCA files for comparison to the palm print on the gun. LP1B-2 is a latent fingerprint found on the magazine. However, this too could not be tied to David Crowley due to the limited quality and quantity of information in latent print. Jennifer Kostrowski consulted with Dennis Randall about this latent fingerprint. He agreed, Kostrowski wrote. It could be one or two prints, plus that LMP was unusual, coupled with low quality makes it difficult to determine. The crime scene team found a total of 6 empty spent cartridges, Detective Bone reported. The crime scene team also found 3 bullet fragments in the carpet. According to Detective Bone, the BCA crime scene team processed the scene in detail. After the scene was processed, Bone continued, we were able to move the rug that the bodies were found on. These results did not include item 53, which rolled out of a living room carpet on January 20th, nor did they include item 57, which was found in the attic above the living room ceiling. The results of the laboratory firearms determined that item 1, which is David's gun, fired.
All right, we are now live. Thank you, everyone, for joining this. Everyone who is going to watch this. I see Catherine. I see Derek. Thank you both for being here. God bless you both. And we have a very special guest here today. So, my friend, why don't you go ahead, if you don't mind, give us a little introduction about yourself. And I know we've got some questions. Catherine has some questions. If anybody in the chat room has some, it sounds like you'll be happy to answer those right now here live with us.
Absolutely. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is retired Army Infantry Sergeant Matthew Arthur Nikolai. I served from 2007 to 2015 when I was medically discharged from the Army Infantry as 11 Charlie. I served with none other than my brother in arms, David Crowley, who was an absolutely phenomenal soldier, a wonderful human being, and his story needs to be told. And the justice for him and his family needs to come now and swiftly. Thank you. I'm sorry, I can't hear you, sir.
It would probably help if I unmuted myself. Then maybe that would work.
There you go. I've done it all the time.
Rule number 1.
I'm telling you, as I played Call of Duty professionally all the time, I've had nothing but problems with mics not being muted, and the wrong button, the stream cutting off, lost frames. It's common.
I mean, I can only see it on my screen. It shows that I'm muted here, but I guess I wasn't paying attention to my own screen here.
Are you using Streamlabs OBS or a different software?
We're using StreamYard. So
StreamYard. Okay,
that's pretty interesting. Yeah, because you can see the little duck in the corner. Anyone who's watching this
there
on
it is.
YouTube,
There
they'll see the duck there.
Yeah.
So they'll know that this is the free version of it. But that's cool.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, my friend Catherine, she has about 8 questions here for you, and I'm just going to run through these here, and I think that's a good way to start this off. Question number 1: did David talk about Kamel? Did you serve with him or did you serve with him prior to meeting her?
No, I actually did not have the opportunity to meet his wife because I graduated from basic training and then was immediately sent to Fort Hood to deploy 3 weeks later. That's when I actually was introduced to David and his stellar reputation as being a very, very hard-nosed NCO, but fair and balanced.
Nice.
I know that she was an absolute gem for him and giving him the solace and peace that he was searching for as a man who was tormented by these deployments and war. So her memory is not lost. It lives freely on. So we have that.
Excellent. So you started service in what year?
2007. I actually swore in just, I know mistake of the cosmos. September 11th, 2007. No joke.
Interesting. Wow. There
Yeah.
you go. Yeah.
So it was quite a trip, but I was 24. I wasn't really going anywhere with my life, and I decided, you know what? I need to do something. I need to change something. I need to make a commitment to something as a young man, and that's what I did. I joined the infantry, and couldn't have happened to a better group of guys because I got to meet some really excellent people while I served. And the whole joke is that, oh, if you're in the infantry, you're some moron. You can't go to college, whatever. Some of the smartest men I ever met was while serving in the United States Army Infantry. I mean, some guys scored on the ASVAB, 98s, 99s, and it was just phenomenal to converse with them and work with them. David, being the intelligent person that he was, I looked upon him as a mentor, and I was just, when I walked onto Fort Hood the first time, I felt like I had never been born. And I was introduced to him on a weapons draw, and he was just like, "Hey, why is your charging handle to the rear?" And I was just like, "So you can inspect it easier, Sergeant." And he was just like, "Oh, we got a smart ass on our hand." And I was like, "Yes, Sergeant, that is true." And we became good friends right after that because he knew that I looked upon him as someone that I could aspire to be in the ranks of the NCO world and brotherhood. So he was a great light in my service.
That's pretty interesting. And that was in what was that in the States or was that overseas when this
That was at Fort Hood, Texas. I didn't have I actually came into the service as an E4 because I already had my college degree. So when I walked on, I kind of felt like I was a buck cherry private, even though I was 4 grades above most people. But I treated it humbly and with respect because I knew I had to earn my place as a specialist there because I didn't have the experience. These guys had been training for 1.5 years when I walked on, and they didn't know me from Adam. So I had to be very humble in those times. But I learned a lot from David. He made it the transition easier for me.
Very cool. That's pretty interesting. All right, I'm going to go to question number 2 here. Again, depending on when you served with David, how did he speak about his daughter? Was he excited, scared, uncertain about having a child? So you may not have, well, you may have. I'll let you answer the question. I'm not going to answer.
I have a little bit. I mean, he was giddy about it. He was excited, but also, as any first-time father knows, if they're true to their word, it takes a gentle man to raise a daughter. And he was, even though he was very focused on what he was doing with his filming career and everything afterwards, he wanted to be a dad. And it can be scary for anybody. And this is coming from a guy who deployed multiple times and saw some horrific stuff on his deployments. But I had never seen him so scared, excited mixture for bringing a child into the world, and that really centered him besides his wife Kamal.
Very interesting. All right, I'll get to the next one here. We got number 3. Did David ever speak about the government? If so, in what capacity?
Oh man.
Uh-oh.
Well, okay. Well, I mean, I was in Afghanistan almost 15 years ago, so I think I could talk about this freely. As we all know, David had a very laser-like focus when it came to anything he put his mind to. And when we had exited Afghanistan, we came back to Fort Hood. We were standing in line to go through our in processing for going on leave and everything else. And he was standing there talking to me, and we were talking about going to film school and stuff like that. He's like, "I'm getting out. I'm going to Full Sail University." And I was like, bro, I can't get out now. I re-upped. And he looked at me and said, you're stupid. Flat out just called me stupid. And I was just like, I have to. My wife and I are happy here. It just seems like the right fit for me. And he was like, "Well, I'm going to Full Sail to get my film degree." And he was very excited about it in his deadpan kind of way. I mean, he's just he was just a matter of fact kind of guy. When he joked, it was very deadpan, but it was funny. So when we're standing there talking about it, he was just like, I'm making a film. I'm going to use my experience on transforming actual physical weapons to weapons that shoot blanks for movie theater, for movies and sound effects. And I was like, that's amazing, bro. I really want to help. But his whole focus was to expose the truth. So that's what Gray State was. And if you look at the world that we're living in now, his movie is a great depiction of what we're about to face. And as we talked about his film ideas and how he wanted to pursue Gray State and everything else, he would throw in his feelings about things like, yes, I do think that martial law is coming someday. Yes, we work for a system that, uses us as just numbers. We don't really mean anything. We're cogs in a wheel. And I'm sitting here absorbing all of this and I'm going, you know what? I see this. And I added my own information to it. And we would talk, many times while we were working out and everything, like, what are we doing here in Afghanistan? We're obviously not here to liberate anybody. And he was just like, you're absolutely right. We're here for other things. And he would discuss his feelings about how he wanted to make a difference by telling the truth. That was his major focus about government and the control that we were under while serving in the military. And that was his passion. So
very interesting.
Yeah.
So he was already talking about film school. He already had those plans. What year would you say that was? Would that be 2008, 2009?
2008, like about maybe a quarter into our tour there, and he actually ran into a snag. Like, he wasn't getting paid there for a little while, and he was making no money whatsoever, and he couldn't help out his wife back home or anything. And so I remember it distinctly. He went to our E7. Now David had deployed already multiple times, and he went to Sergeant First Class Christopherson and was just like, I can't do this anymore, man. I don't want to do this anymore.
Wow.
And I mean, that was huge. This is coming from a hard-nosed 11 Charlie infantry soldier who was a no beat type of NCO, but he was fair about it, like I said before. And he walked right in and was like, I don't want to do this. And so Christopherson understood. I mean, in hindsight, I'm pretty sure he was kind of PO'd about it, but he probably went, you know what, I'm going to do what's best for this soldier because he's not getting what he needs, and we're going to make it work for him. So he sent him back to Kandahar, which was our main hub, the airport, and he started working in the mailroom. And that's what kind of turned his life around a little bit and made him a little bit happier because he wasn't on the line or the front line. And his demeanor and his attitude changed every time I saw him after that. So that was an interesting transition for him.
Interesting. It was breaking up a little bit there, but I think I got it. I think
No worries.
it's okay. Yeah.
So he was already talking about his film ideas and everything way before that he had those issues or the issues that he faced. But yeah, he was discussing it and had plans. I helped him work on it a little bit with After Effects and showing him how to use those software programs because I had spent years already learning those programs in film school, so and at the art institute. So it was quite fun.
Oh, that's cool. So you guys kind of bonded on the film school thing and all that too, it sounds like.
Well, yeah, because when he found out that I had gone to school for media arts and animation at the Art Institute of California, San Francisco in 2003 to 2006, he was just like, I got to talk to this guy. He obviously knows about special effects. He knows how to animate. He knows how to use this stuff. Back then, we got a copy of something, we used it, and I showed him After Effects and Photoshop, and it helped brighten his world on how to make better films.
Very cool. That's awesome. San Francisco. That's interesting.
Yeah. Yes, sir. I was in the mecca of let's just call it Sodom and Gomorrah. It was pretty bad.
I hear it's worse now. Yeah.
Oh, it's so bad. Like, just to segue a little bit. I mean, I was raised in a lower middle class home in Sunnyvale, California, and I had everything I needed, but Dad was a bit hard. But I wanted to do something awesome with my life, and I decided that I was going to go study animation, and the closest school was San Francisco. And my dad just goes, "It's not like when I was there." And I was like, "I'm sure it's not." And I had to really maintain a humility and a moral focus, because that place really did a number on me as far as temptation and such not and whatnot.
Yeah, that's some might call that area the belly of the beast. I didn't live too far from San Francisco myself, where I grew up, so I can relate to that. So David was already kind of building this idea, maybe not the gray state, right? He probably, when you guys were serving, he probably never gave this a name or anything like that, but you could see that those seeds were already being planted. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir. Absolutely. He was very, I mean, I don't use the term lightly. I mean, it's almost like it was destined to happen the way it did. Because when anybody decides to tell the truth in their own vision, and they happen to be of military service, you're going to be a target no matter what. And if you're a believer on top of that in Yeshua HaMashiach, then, I mean, it makes it even harder, because nobody wants to know the truth. They want to be happy in their own, covert worlds where they don't have to pay attention to what's really happening around them. So David was like, "I'm going to take this by the horns, and I'm going to tell people the truth." And that's what he did.
Very cool. Without fear.
Without fear.
Did let me ask you this. Did you and David ever talk about God? Ever talk about your Christianity, anything like that? Did those conversations come up?
I have to be transparent with you as I can. I knew that there was a God, but when I was over there in Afghanistan, it wasn't something that we talked about much, because unfortunately at that time in my young life, I thought I had lost my faith in God and in Yeshua, but in fact, what had happened is I lost my faith in humanity. So it was not a topic that we brought up much, but when we did, he was open to it. He listened to me when I had something to say, and that helped me understand what was happening to me when I was there, going to war. I mean, it changes people in different ways. And when I finally figured out that I had lost my faith in humanity and not Yeshua or Elohim himself, I knew that my life was going to change for the better. And I wish I could have shared more of my knowledge with David at a later time or at that point, but it was designed the way it was. So at least we had found our friendship there and became brothers in arms at that time. I don't have any regrets about it.
Is it, let me ask you this, maybe a more general question, but is it frowned upon to talk about God, to talk about Christ? Was it frowned upon then? Was it allowed to even have a Bible if I wanted to have a little pocket Bible? How does that
Oh,
work?
yes. The military is very, very open to people's faith, spiritual journeys, and religions. And we could talk about it openly, but then we had to also be open to the fact that there were Satanists, there were pagans, there were people who claimed to be Jedis, people who believed in the spaghetti. No joke, we had guys who had dog tags with Jedi on it. I mean, it's hilarious. But some guys, they believed in the spaghetti monster, and that's what they had on their dog tags. It's like anything was open, but if you talked about it too much, especially Elohim or Yeshua, you got some side-eyed looks. I mean, it's just kind of interesting that we got chaplains walking around everywhere praying at certain events and retirement ceremonies, but when you talk about it too much, people kind of give you that look like, okay, stop preaching. That was one of my nicknames, preacher.
Nothing wrong with that. That's a compliment, I would think.
Yes, it is.
All right, here's another question from Catherine. Did David ever come across as someone who was suspicious, or did he talk like someone who noticed things without constantly looking over his shoulder?
I never knew David to be like that. He was, as I've stated, he was very matter of fact, almost to the point of meticulous on a very stellar level as an NCO. No, he didn't have any fear of looking over his shoulder. He wasn't that type of person. If he was going to tell you the truth, he was going to accept the consequences that came with it. And doing what he did with Gray State is exactly what happened. He told the truth. And what he discovered and what he found while searching for that truth got him killed. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. This man was a seasoned infantryman that knew his tactics, that knew when things didn't feel right. And as soon as I found out that he had been murdered, okay, the first thing that I looked at was that, wait a second, this dude wouldn't leave a door unsecure. This is not the type of man who leaves his house unsecure. The back door being open just a little bit was the dead giveaway. I was just like, that's one of the first things we check is our doors. Sometimes multiple times before we go to bed. And if you got any soldier who's come back from war in a combat zone, they'll check their front, back windows 2-3 times before they go to bed. You know, I mean, that's just a common practice for us. I still do it to this day. So that just blew my mind when I found out the truth. And I was just like, okay, now I got to do my research and see what I can discover from this.
Very interesting. We have a question from Derek too. He wants to know if you kept in contact with David after serving.
Yes, we did. While he was working on, great question too. While he was working on Gray State, I was still serving in the military, and he would, contact me. I think one of his best friends, Mitch, would contact me for ideas on how to write scripts for certain parts of the special effects, or how to do hard surface modeling for tanks and stuff, because they had to use 3D models in place of like some of the special effects they were doing. So I helped them a little bit with like finding different scripts online that could help them with tank treads and how to animate them properly and whatever. I didn't write these scripts. That's not my forte, but this is stuff that I found. I'm giving credit where credit's due. I would help them find like, little, work smarter, not harder ways. So if somebody had a script, as long as you gave them credit for using it in the film, it was all good. So that was one of the things I helped out with, and showed them how to hard surface model back in the earth, like the later thousands, which was really difficult at that time. So yes, we had a lot of communication throughout the years, and told him about his family, how he was doing and whatnot. And then for a while there, I just stopped hearing from him for a few years. And I'd send a message every now and then, hey, how you doing, bro? Didn't get anything back, and I was just like, okay, that's a little weird. And then that's when I found out that he was taken from us too soon.
Very sad. Okay, here is another one. How did David handle the stress of battle?
Now, that's a tougher one, because as I had told you before, when he was serving in Afghanistan, he went to our E7 and was just like, I don't want to do this anymore. So the stress that he was going through is that the very people that he was sent over to liberate and possibly take their life is somebody that he married. So I think that made a very vast impact on his viewpoints when it came to what we were doing over there. And I think that's something that changed him dramatically. So he didn't really, it affected him in different ways than most people would expect. A lot of people, when we went over there, we hated the enemy for what they had done to us on September 11th. However you feel about that is irrelevant. But his demeanor and his attitudes changed towards people and their cultures.
Okay. Here's another one. Here's a question. Did he buckle under the stress? Did you ever see David Crowley buckle under the stress?
No, I was never. I never saw him ever buckle under anything. He was a pillar. Now that doesn't mean that inside he wasn't like having any issues. We all have our demons, but on the outside he was cool and collected. He kept his head about him, and that's what helped me become the NCO that I was. You can make a decision in a split second without regard to your life, but to save others, and that's what I took from him.
Okay. Here's another one. Did the men in your unit get to make the regular phone calls home? So how did that work? Were you able to call home, things like that?
Yes, we were. MWRs, so the resource centers that we had, so that way we could use computers or call home. Those were built up later in our deployment. But when we first got there, it was just open desert with a few HESCOs. we'd send it, the combat engineers would go out there, and then they'd send, small units of infantry and scouts with them and stuff like that to protect them while they were out there building up FOB Ramrod. So we didn't get anything for about 3 or 4 months, and the morale around the base and the FOBs and everything was very low because we would have to go back to Kandahar from the open desert where we were at about, I think it was about, let's say 45 to 50 clicks away. And I mean, that's a long haul to go use a computer. So once we got the MWRs to make consistent phone calls and stuff, it was a lot better. But at that time, David wasn't with us. He was in Kandahar, still doing the mailroom. So he probably had access to the MWR on a regular basis.
Very interesting. Here is a question from Sophia. Did you ever think David was a narcissist or had any of those tendencies?
No, I never got a narcissistic vibe from him. I was married to a narcissist for 14 years, and you can spot that in a heartbeat when you're under their prison sentence. So yeah, no, I never got anything that was narcissistic about him. He was just a very deadpan, straight to the point type of person. And if you didn't know how to handle that, you would probably think he's coming off as narcissistic, but he's not. That's just how he was. When he joked around and had fun, I mean, he showed it. He showcased his joy when he needed to.
Very cool. And then Catherine's last question on this list. Did David ever appear to be out of touch with reality?
No, that never. He was always head first into what he was doing. And the narrative that's been told through the media and everything else is a skewed representation of who he was as a person. And we can get into that when we start discussing the actual cause of his murder.
Let me ask you a question here. Did you was there anyone that did not like him, did not like David Crowley that you served with that was open about it?
Nobody never ever voiced their opinion of it, but you're a villain in someone's story. So I'm pretty sure that some people didn't like him for staying back and being in the mailroom. I didn't hear anything about it because most of the soldiers that I worked with in the mortar platoons, they enjoyed him because he was a good NCO, fair, and you could call him up if you got in trouble at the strip club or whatever you were doing that was stupid at 2 a.m. because we don't make good decisions then. He didn't want it to go any higher than it had to go. So he made it a point to be the best version of himself that he could. So no, I didn't see any of that. No.
Have you do you know who Joseph Seaton is?
Yes, I do. He was one of my officers.
One of the theories is that Joseph Seaton was David's commanding officer. Is that true or is that not true? Do you know?
Oh gosh, Seaton was one of our LTs at the time. I'm not sure if he was over David or not, but I do know that they had communications throughout the years. I mean, like I said, this is 15 years ago. I don't remember how the structure worked after David went to the mailroom. So it is a possibility that he could have been one of his officers. Yes, he was one of mine. So yeah.
Interesting. Okay, I was curious about that. There was another. Who would be David's commanding officer? Who would he report to? And the reason why I'm asking this is because, and I'm sure maybe it was multiple people at different times, probably during his service. But the reason why I'm asking this is because I had heard another story that he had a fallout, something very bad happened with one of his commanding officers, to the point where, well, that's all I want to say publicly, probably about that.
Sure. No worries. To my knowledge, all I knew about was when he went to Sergeant First Class Christopherson to tell him that I didn't want to do this anymore. Now, what happened after that? Now, I was just a specialist. I didn't have access to the NCO knowledge tree or anything else above that. So, if anything happened with an officer, I was not privy to it. But there was talk around the platoons that something was going down with Crowley, that he was going back to Kandahar for whatever reason. I was just like, hey, you know what? He needs it. I agreed with it. I didn't care. I didn't have the experience of being at war like he did, so I wasn't going to hold it against him. At least he was honest with them.
Right. Sophia's asking about, do you know what Joseph Seaton's actual rank was?
At the time that I knew him, he had just become he was on his way to becoming a captain, I believe, but I think he was still I think he was a first lieutenant at that time. Yeah.
Okay. Interesting.
I think he was on his way to the captain school for I think whatever it is for NCOs have WLC. He was going for his leadership course for becoming a captain, I believe, if I'm not that a long time ago though.
Are you in contact with any other soldiers that have served with David, or have you been in contact since you?
Oh yeah, I'm actually here in Alabama. One of my best friends and brother in arms, Michael Williams, is actually out here, and he and I both knew him. I knew David more personally, but he knew of him and everything else. Met him a few times, but yeah, he's out here, and he's a Purple Heart recipient, 10-year cavalry scout recon, and awesome dude. Has really helped me out a lot. And if David was alive, he would be like, dude, you guys are doing well.
That's awesome. That's great. Sophia has another question here. Do you know if Joseph Seaton was actually honorably discharged? Have you heard that?
I do not know if he was honorably discharged. I did have some contact with him to help him with a website and do some animation for him, but I did the work and I never got paid. So you know how it is when that happens. So after that, I lost contact with him. So I do not know.
Interesting. Well, maybe we'll jump into when you heard about when did you hear first that David Crowley had passed?
I was at my dining room table in Ohio. My wife was sitting on the couch. The TV was in front of me. It was on. She was watching something with the kids. It was later in the evening. We were just about to have dinner, and I was looking at my computer. I was working on my master's program for Full Sail because that's where I decided to go because David went there. And I was studying for my master's degree in media and design, and the news feeds came up, and I just stopped dead in my tracks. And I read it, and then I read it again, and then I read it again, and I just sat back in my chair, and I said, babe, Crowley's dead. And I mean, as the words came out of me, it just hit me like a Mack truck straight to my soul. And she turned around and was like, what? I was just like, yeah, David's dead. And then I subsequently I fell apart. Like, no joke, I fell apart right in my chair. And I was just like, how does something like this happen? And of course, the instinctive thing to do as a human being is to know more. And it was the wrong thing for me to choose at that point. But I had to know the truth. So I scoured every news article, every thread, every YouTube video, everything I could find. And it was 100% true. And it crushed my soul.
Did you, having served with him and having spoken with David after he passed, and knowing what PTSD is, obviously, did you ever get the feeling that David may have had PTSD?
We all come back from war different. I can't speak to what David had. That's not my place. Only what he went through and what is in his medical records is the truth. So I can't speak to that. He never displayed any signs to me, but not all wounds are visible. I have PTSD, but anybody can. It doesn't have to be just soldiers or Marines or Navy or airmen. Anybody can get it. A child can from traumatic abuse. A female can get it from verbal abuse or physical abuse, and men can get it from different types of situations. So to that, I do not know.
Fair enough. That's a great answer. Do you think, let me ask you this, about people being falsely accused of having PTSD because they they have their own narrative. Do you have any problem with that as far as they claim David did? David acts like he doesn't. Actually, even Mitch Heil, who served with David, says he doesn't believe David had PTSD. And so it's kind of like I have an issue with it because they're trying to use it to fit into their narrative, not because he had PTSD. Let's help this guy. Well, he had PTSD. He went crazy and killed his family and killed himself. To me, that kind of bothers me. Did you have any thoughts on the PTSD angle?
Absolutely. As anybody knows who served, as soon as you mention the word, the acronym PTSD, they automatically assume that, you're a killer, you're a psychopath, you're a veteran who can't be helped, this, that, and the other. It's a stigma that falls upon us, and it's wrong. And, as far as fitting the narrative, absolutely. That's what they use as the scapegoat so that they could pull off this atrocity without anybody really looking into it. But then you have free thinkers and researchers like yourself, me, and everybody else who is like, I smell something foul, Basil. It's like, we went through and we combed through the footage. We combed through all the pictures. We went through it and we were like, David didn't do this. Even if he had PTSD or not, no way. There's no way. And this whole thing with Mitch saying that he did, he didn't. Well, you know what? Mitch has already made his point when he went on to whatever news source or put out those web pages, justice for David Crowley, all that stuff. Somebody probably got to him too. Let's be real. Somebody probably got to his family and got to David's family before they could really do anything about it. And they gave him an ultimatum. And it's like, here you go. Well, as anybody will say, Yeshua HaMashiach was given an ultimatum too. And that was either, we as the people decided to choose Barabbas over him. So you know what? What happened to David is an atrocity. So PTSD, no PTSD, it doesn't matter. They used it as a narrative to get him killed.
Amen to that. Catherine is asking, did you ever think that what the police were saying was true? Was the official theory? Did you ever buy into it?
Nope, not once. And the first thing that was a dead giveaway was that the back door was unsecure. I was like, nope. That's the first thing. I don't care who you are. When you're in the infantry, you are trained. You are trained meticulously well to observe your surroundings and have situational awareness. There is no way a seasoned 11 Charlie infantry soldier like David Crowley would leave a back door unsecure. Nope.
And would that be even more true if David was thinking that he was getting threats, physical threats, or verbal threats?
Absolutely. If he was receiving any type of death threats or anything for his movie or whatever the case was be for telling the truth, that he would have been in a different mode. He would have been in not necessarily high alert, but he would have been in like, hey, I'm going to make sure that I'm protected. Like I got my stuff locked and I'm going to double check the surroundings and just do an extra check around the house just to make sure everything's cool.
So you probably heard a lot of the different theories about what may have happened. Was it a government hit? Was David, because of his stop loss? Are there any theories that you kind of lean towards?
Absolutely. I've had contact with certain people on TikTok that remain anonymous over the years. And I received some very interesting communications from them, talking about David and that they were being pursued by the FBI, being pursued by other government agencies, and they couldn't talk and, all of this. And I was just like, hey, anything for David. And then I lost communication with them. But I tell you, David didn't do this. And the theory that I had was, and I believe it's true, is that while David was in the filming process, we have to understand that the viewpoint that he was trying to put across is what was coming, as far as martial law, the government, making us have chips to sign stuff, biblical prophecy, this kind of stuff. I mean, it was laced with it. And my theory is that what happens to be true is that what he discovered while he was in the filming process, I mean, he discovered some very, very interesting things while he was in his pursuit for truth. And I'll leave those things open to people's imaginations. You can imagine what's in the news now as far as child trafficking, sex crimes against children, adrenochrome, the underground military bases known as DUMBs, where they lead. And you can put two and two together and pretty sure that David found something along those lines, which is what got him killed because of his movie and what it was portraying.
Interesting. The other question was, do you think his death was related to anything that may have happened during his service?
I don't think it was necessarily due to his service. It could be a part of it, but they did blame most of it on what he was pursuing as a film. So yes, actually, there could be something along the lines of like somebody was unhappy that he was stop lost, or the falling out he had with former officers and NCO staff. Very much someone could have been involved in that, but I honestly truly believe that he was murdered because of his film and what he was trying to portray as the truth.
Let me quickly talk about two wild theories that I have heard. The first theory, one theory that I heard, was that David had put a hit on one of his commanding officers. Have you ever heard anything wild like that? And would that even be possible?
I'm sorry, I have to laugh out loud. No, I'm sorry. That wow, like I should get a tinfoil hat, hat and all that. But that's even too much for me, bro. Like, come on, no. Like, David wasn't like that. Come on. I mean, gee whiz, where do you guys get this stuff?
Good
I
question.
laugh out loud at that one. Yeah, I don't. Wow, no.
That's one of the wildest ones that I've heard.
That's a humdinger.
Yeah. The other wild one that I've heard, I'll give you a second, but the other wild one that I have heard is
sorry.
It's okay. I don't know if I've ever publicly talked about that one, but that was a theory that came to me. That was a story that came to me a long time ago. And so sometimes you get good leads, sometimes you get bad leads. I like to just follow up on every possible lead. But that was probably the wildest one.
No matter how
the other wild one that I've heard, let me get your thought on this, that there was a curse, that something happened. I believe it was when David was serving in, I think it was in Iraq, and they had something happen. They ran over some kid. The kid got killed. The kid's mother was I don't know if she was a Satanist or she was a gypsy, if I remember correctly. It's been so long since I remember this story, but she was a gypsy, and she put a curse on that whole group of people. And so there was this theory that there is this curse. David is part of some curse, as something that may have happened during his service days. Have you ever heard anything wild like that?
No, I can't speak to that. I didn't serve with David in Iraq, so I didn't know about that offhand. But I will say that anything is possible in that region of the world, because we have to remember that the 12 tribes, we originated from that area, Mitzrayim, Egypt, Iraq, Iran, that area. So you're dealing with a culture and a group of people who have not only the Muslim faith, but they also have underground Christianity, underground different types of religious sects that practice dark magic. So I wouldn't put it past them to do something like that. It could be as outlandish as that sounds, if that's a story that people are tossing around, I'd like to find validity to that story. And then, it's definitely a possibility.
I mean, there were a couple, there are like at least 2 soldiers that served with David. I'm not exactly sure when, and I'm not sure if you know these names, but they did die. They have died since. One died, I think one committed suicide, and the other one was actually shot by a neighbor. And so that's when this story kind of came out. And again, these are just some of the things that I've heard. I have not really found any evidence to kind of back those up, but I wanted to get your thoughts on those. two
Yeah,
wild theories.
I mean, and as crazy as it sounds, the latter theory about that lady putting a curse on, it actually kind of makes sense, because if you think about it, you have these other two soldiers who were involved in the same incident, and they were, taken from us, one by his own hand and then one by a neighbor. So we can see that there's a correlation, because then you've got David and his family. So honestly, that theory is actually bringing more validity to the whole idea of what happened to them, because you can see as curses are done, there's good curses, there's good spelling in the case of how we view things, and our words are power. So yeah, I could see that affecting that group of people to manifest what that theory encompasses. Yes.
Yeah, and I couldn't ever get to the point to get that person to kind of come forward, but I think they also had their own issues too. So it's not just the deaths; it's that weird things are happening. But a lot of the stuff is kind of like, well, those are things that could happen from any soldier serving. They just want to drink themselves too much, right? They go into this really depressive phase, I guess. But that's pretty interesting. So I did want to hear about that. Derek brings up a great comment here that I think a lot of people who have looked into this case probably have the same thing. Out of everything I've ever researched, this one hits me the hardest still to this day. To me, there's something very strange, something very different about this case and the layers of this case. What are your thoughts on this case compared to other murder mystery cases? I guess I'm sure you've looked into others.
Oh, yeah, but of course, and for anybody who's got a brain, we like those old shows, Unsolved Mysteries, Cold Case Files, that kind of stuff. But put all that Hollywood, stuff and whatever away, and you come down to this particular instance where you have a soldier who has infantry experience. He's married to a woman from Iraq, and I think she was from, yes, I think she was of Iraqi descent. And then they have a child together, and you see in the photos and what's been released, what hasn't been released, and all that, and you start to dissect what you see. And as somebody who's had to engage in combat and deal with people, you notice things that other people don't. And especially when your adrenaline's pumping and stuff like that. My adrenaline was pumping when I was looking at these photos. And as I've stated in just recently, the first thing that stood out to me when I was looking at these photos was that the way the bodies were lying, and also the back door being unsecure, and then the use of actually writing that message with blood and the Quran and everything having to do with that. I was like, if I wanted to paint a narrative and make a former soldier who had a good rapport with his team and everything else, was on his way to becoming a filmmaker and establishing himself, how would I make it so that way he could be discredited for the rest of his life? Well, they turned to that. They turned to writing a message in his own blood, which would scare anybody away. So as I was dissecting all this, I'm like, that's not the man I knew, nor would this man ever commit such an atrocity. And I just don't see where this is going. So then that led me down to the different YouTube videos that were being posted, the different theories along the lines of different articles and everything. And then as the years started to pile on, the theories got more outlandish and more crazy and everything else. And I was just like, no one's ever going to know the truth. Only people who truly knew him are going to understand that this was not committed by David. This was definitely a setup.
Yeah, good point. Have you seen Eric Nelson's film, A Gray State?
No, I have not watched it. I actually didn't know it got completed because I had stayed away from this for quite some time. The knowledge of David passing made it very difficult for me to participate in any of that. So no, I have not seen the film.
Yeah, it's basically they use David's footage and they basically say that David went into this dark space. He killed himself. They don't provide any evidence or anything like that. It is a 90-minute hit piece on David Crowley. That's what. Okay, maybe 87 minutes. There may be a few minutes in there that talk positively about him, but that's really it. Most of it is just, and they never provide any evidence to say, well, look, this is why David did it. They had the gun, they got the murder weapon. He has a written confession, anything like that. They also try to make it seem like David's deal was dead. David's deal was not dead. The only reason David's deal died is because David died. So there's a lot of
he was on his. Yeah, I mean, and speaking to that, I mean, he was talking to National Geographic. He was talking to different film companies. He was on his way to making this film his dream child for and platform to tell the truth. And if he had succeeded, I mean, gee whiz, would we be in the situation we are now if people knew about his truth or his version of it? So absolutely, this was. I mean, and I'll never watch that film if it's a hit piece on David. I mean, that's just them feeding into the narrative so they can bury this. I mean, that's the only thing you can do with truth is bury it. But eventually, everything comes to the light, for no darkness can escape it.
Amen. Amen to that.
Yes, sir.
What was the other one here? So what are some of the things that kind of stand out? You said the rear slider, that was a big one. Let me ask you this: what would you need to convince you that David Crowley did do this? What evidence would you need to see?
Oh, well, if he actually did, commit suicide on that, one, you wouldn't have had anything to do with the Quran or writing any message in blood or anything like that. He would not have hurt his family. He would have just hurt himself, and all the doors and windows would have been secure. And he would not have done it at home, most likely.
Now, you and David had obviously talked about different film things. David probably knew that you were from California, right?
California,
yeah. if you're still there, man, I'm praying for you if you're still there. So, but, no. Whoever is, no, I know you're not. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Anybody who's gonna get out while you can.
Yes, please, if you can, please. Right. And if you can't, that's okay. Maybe that's where God wants you. That's possible too.
Absolutely.
But did David ever talk about moving to California, going to California? Did you guys ever talk about anything like that? Or
no, I mean, he was happy where he was at. I mean, he had his family, he had his house, he was on his way to making his film, and I mean, all of that was great. He was living the dream. I was sitting there still going to PT at 04:30. I mean, he was living the life.
The full sale that he was talking about, that's in Minnesota. That's his.
No, it's actually in Florida, Orlando, Florida.
Oh, interesting.
Yes. Yeah, he went there for. Yeah, that's where he went to film school, and then because he went there and graduated, I decided to get my master's degree from there in media and design. So I went to that school because David said that I had a keen eye for film and animation, and I was giving him good insight. So that's one of the reasons why I went to that school and graduated with flying colors.
Very cool. Right on.
Yes, sir.
I'm trying to think if I have any more questions. I mean, those are pretty much a lot of the questions. And thank you so much for answering these. I really appreciate that. If we wanted to come back and do a part 2, maybe have some other people on this panel, would you be open to that at a later time?
I'm 100% open to this. One of the benefits of being retired at such a young age now, yes, I was medically retired, but you know what? It was for a good reason when I was injured over there. So I have a lot of free time. So if I can give people solace in knowing that one greater than us is coming back, and we can tell the truth with his glory and his mercy and with him at our center, then I'm going to tell the truth. And David's story needs to be told. And he was a good, righteous man who was brought into an evil situation, and unfortunately he was taken from us. But that doesn't mean that his truth can't be told. And that's what I'm going to do. So yes, I'd be happy to join you again.
Thank you, my friend. Now you are on social media. Please let us know where you're on, what social media platforms you're on, and the different topics, everything that you cover.
Oh, certainly. What I'll do is I'll send you my link to my TikTok. It's Warrior for Yeshua, spelled out. And you can find me there. And mostly what I discuss is what's going on in the world right now, truth, quantum physics, Rubik's Cubes, and what Yeshua HaMashiach did for us, which is die on the cross so that we could live and an eternal life with him forever. And though we're going through a very hard tribulation right now with the rumors of wars and nations against nations and brother on brother, we have to understand that this is a part of our journey to attain that eternal life, because the path is wide, but the gate is very narrow. We need to be prepared.
Amen. Amen.
Yes, sir.
Well, thank you again. I really appreciate you taking this time. I want to thank Derek for making sure that this happened. I want to thank God for everything, making sure that this happened. Everything happens for a reason. I believe this was a great reason. I've been praying about this. I've been praying about, talking to soldiers. I've had some that kind of wanted to talk, but then,
things didn't work out.
Things didn't work out. Thank you. But yeah, I'm really glad that you spent this time, and I hope some other soldiers may look at this and may be open to talking too. I feel like there are some soldiers that serve with David that may need that closure, that may also feel the same way you do, and maybe they're not able to come out, they're not ready to come out, they don't want to talk about it. They could be very fearful of it, of things like that happening to them. I don't know how that would affect their military future or their future on anything like that. Are there any issues with that? Do you have any problem? Do you ever think about that? Like, if I come out and talk about this, maybe they may come after me?
I've always had that underlying, anxiety. And I've always told myself that if they wanted to come after me, they would. So you always have to have that in the back of your mind. We're speaking truth. And it says over 365 times in scripture to never be afraid. And then I'll leave you guys with this. Isaiah 41:10. Do not fear, for I am with you. Do not be afraid, for I am your Yahweh. So show no fear. And if I can tie it back into the disciples and what they had to go, they died excruciatingly for faith. All of them. Only one of them ended up going to the prison mines and dying there instead of being beaten to death or crucified or whatever the case may be. In order to seek truth and righteousness, you have to be willing to die for it. And that's why I believe that Yeshua HaMashiach died on the cross for all of us so we could live. No fear.
No fear. Amen. Thank you very much. I think that's a great place to end this right here. I want to thank everybody who has watched this, everybody who will see this. If you have any questions, we're going to get him back on at some point here. So if you have any questions that we didn't get to, I know I just kind of sprung this. We just went live, like, boom, we're live. Okay, good. So questions may start filtering in, and we'll be happy to do a part 2 and have you come back and answer some of those questions. So thank you very much.
I appreciate you, Mr. Greg and everybody else who is involved, and Mr. Derek. Thank you very much for this opportunity. I'll see you guys soon. Praise Yahweh.
Praise Yahweh. God bless you all.
Have a good one, guys. Bye.
You too.
Anyway, but that's okay. All right. Yeah, I think it says we're live here. I'm going to wait and see and make sure it pops up. Sure. I don't know. I mean, I get it. I see why things take so long. It's like, come on, pop up. It would be good.
I'm still seeing shadow banning and all that stuff going on right now. So,
oh my God.
It's pretty crazy. I did a video the other day, and like I watched it. It was at 50 views, and then I looked the next day and it was at 32. It's back up to 48 now. So it's like, whatever, whatever. It's just so dumb.
Well, and the thing is they seem to do it across the board, no matter what. There's a friend of mine. She just started a jewelry business, And so I told her, I said, just go on. You just never know. Put it on
Yeah.
YouTube and stuff. And
Do it.
then she called me up and she's like, what's happening to my views? It'll say this. And I said, welcome to YouTube. They do it.
It's wild.
Oh,
It
all
really
right,
is
Mega Katari. She's let me.
Hey
Yes,
there.
the first time. My first time comment.
First time comment.
Yay.
Very
There's
cool.
somebody here.
Welcome. Just the three of us. I'm sure it says 0 in the live chat, but there's 3 of us.
It will. Oh God.
good.
And
Hey,
it's
Rick.
Mr. Rick, Crypt Rick. Hey, dude.
Yeah,
it's so funny because I had to go back and skim over the autopsy reports real quick because it's been so long since I've done anything on this case. I forgot where they found on the 17th, the 14th. I had to go back and review them.
Don't tell me you found something else. You found some new information.
I found some questionable information on the autopsy reports.
So we're just gonna have you go back every week and just check and recheck. Is this what do they call it? Is it the Mandela effect? Or I don't know.
Yeah.
You go back and it's like, wait a minute, that wasn't there before. All of a sudden, there's new information.
Well,
it's the Bernstein Bears. Yeah.
That's how it felt, and I'm not kidding because before, either I'm not reading these things for the last 7 or 8 years, or there's something weird happening, right?
Something weird happening.
Because what caught my attention was, and how I compared the tattoos, and I am now 100% convinced it's not Kamel. I'm not convinced it's not David. I still think that it's probably David on that floor, but that the tattoos for me don't match up on Kamel. So when I was pulling up the autopsy reports to make sure I had the right date that they were found, and it said that how they identified David was through his tattoos and stuff, and then the dental. And I'm like, okay. So I go, wait a minute, let me go back and check Kamel's report. And then it says same thing, that she was positively identified due to description of her tattoos.
Right.
From the police department. And I'm like, if you pulled up photos of her tattoo, you wouldn't be saying it matched.
Hers didn't have the radiographs in it. I know one or two.
I don't remember, but it was just
they never positively identified the daughter. It was all circumstantial. That was another strange one that gets overlooked by all these sleuths who just are posting like the crime scene, what is it, crime scene coffee house or something like that, and it's just that just still turned me off to a lot of those crime scene videos, because it's like, if you get this one wrong, how do I know you haven't gotten all of these other cases that you're looking into wrong? It's a litmus test for me, and I've used that for many years.
Yeah, and it's like, what was the name of that author? Jennifer. Oh, she was the young girl who supposedly killed herself, shot herself. Oh, Dan was following. Yeah, Dan was following that case, and I went and I read it.
Is that no, not that.
She is the musician, but
yeah.
Jennifer Janes, I think, was her name. I
think. Okay, yeah, I think you're right.
And and what they did is they just took the word of the ex-husband that she was leaving and who was abusive. And I'm just like, whoa, no. And I don't really want to say anything about that. Because he called me and we talked, because he was really quite upset that anybody was trying to discount his view of his soon-to-be ex-wife, and only because we couldn't get information and they had her cremated so quickly, there really wasn't anything. So it's like, I don't believe she killed herself.
Gee, where have we seen that before?
Yeah,
cremate the bodies and then put your theory out there. So how wild is that?
Look, Cryptrick says, I solved this case many years ago. You too. Paleo did it. Oh, that's right. The dog did it. Dog did it all.
The dog did it. The dog ate the homework. Not only ate the homework, but ate the people too.
Oh God, yeah. Bodies of a face that's under a blanket, hand and face that's under a blanket, and a hand that's under the arm. The dog did it all, and covered them up.
Yeah, and did a little cleanup too.
Yes, he cleaned up only his little paw prints, right? And cleaned up all of David's and Ranya's blood. But yeah, he's a miracle dog, let me tell you.
And was hopping around the house, putting poop in the master bedroom, poop all the way downstairs, making sure not to track blood anywhere else.
Yeah.
And he left the back door open for whatever reason, maybe to get a little fresh air coming in.
He's like, oh, that stinks.
Yeah.
But never tried to go out. You don't see any
No.
scratches of him trying to get out. Yeah.
No, it's all good.
No, it's so
problem there.
insane.
Case
Uh,
closed.
right.
What are we doing here? Yeah.
It's the most insane thing. And I decided, and thank you so much. Those of you, the new people on my channel don't know, this is Greg Fernandez Jr. He was part of, even though they cut out most of him, of the Netflix special on the David Crowley case. And I'll let him talk about that in just a second. But what led me to doing this live and asking Greg to join is because I have had, granted it's just small, but 7, I count every single subscriber. To me, you guys are amazing. So 7 new subscribers this month. And I'm like, okay, yeah, I think we need to kind of go over this, because most people who contact me are saying that they've never really heard of the case or haven't really followed it, or it just got their attention. And so I'm like, okay, let's go back to the basics. And Greg, you said you wanted to talk about some stuff too. So why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself to those who may not know you?
Yeah, my name is Greg Fernandez Jr. I wrote a little book about David Crowley called The Gray Stage. After about 3 or 4 years of looking into this case, and my biggest fear was that the case would die. And thankfully, Catherine has not let this case die. And I figured, well, at least we'll have a book out there for anyone that wants to go out. And for any of us that still read nowadays, it'll be out there. And it just covers the basic stuff. There are a few things, as I go back in here, besides grammar error. Don't tell Catherine about the grammar error, stuff like that. But there are a few things that I would probably change. I think sometimes where I said that there was blood, where it was prints, or vice versa, something like that. So there are a few things that one day I'll get back in and go change. But for the most part, it really just takes all of the documentation that we had at the time, that we had as of 2018 is when I started writing this thing, I believe 2018 or 2019, and it came out right before COVID too, which is pretty wild too. Thank God, because I would have never gotten the thing done if it would have been after that. But it was just to make it easy for people who want to research this case, not to tell you, that you have to believe one theory or any one theory, except for the one theory that the police solved this case. The case is not solved. It has not been solved. It cannot be solved. David Crowley can never be proven guilty, even by the mere fact that he is dead is just one of the few reasons why, one of the least reasons why he can never be proven guilty. But if you were to put all of the factual evidence from the documents and put them up and say, okay, let's weigh this here. What proves David innocent? What proves that he's guilty? You would quickly see that there is more evidence to show that he is not guilty. And you would say, okay, what do we have to prove he's guilty? But it's never been like that. I think that's one of the reasons why Dan Hannon started the Facebook group, is because it was always, well, you have to prove David didn't do it. It's like, no, we don't. All we have to prove is that David, David didn't do it, by the fact that the police cannot prove that David did. So the burden of proof is on them. It's not on us. It never has been on us. Then, even though they throw it back to us when they have nothing else, when there's no other thing, nothing else that they can point to say, okay, yeah, maybe David didn't do it. And that's how you will know a person and know their true test of character, is if their last reply is, well, I'm just going to believe David did it because you guys haven't convinced me otherwise. And that is, that's just not a good way to act for any of these cases, because this could be your family, this could be your friend, this could be you. And how would you feel if something like that happened to you? Wouldn't you want it to be proven? Wouldn't you want it, or wouldn't you want your fair share? And it makes it too easy for people to go out there and kill somebody frame them, and then we're all just supposed to think that, well, he must be guilty unless somebody can prove that he's not, even though he's dead, so he can't speak from the grave. No, many people have tried to speak from the grave with the little oxalus boxes or whatever it is, the various psychics and everything. So we've dabbled into all of these different possibilities, including the possibility that David may have faked his own death.
Yeah. And, even when we have proven to the powers that be, using the documents and the evidence they gave us. And like I said, when it finally clicked in my brain and I read in that autopsy report that David's decomposition was marked and Ranya's and Kamel's was just autolysis. David had marked autolysis. That tells, now most people, like we've done this before, most people, unless you're in the medical field and you're around all that stuff and you understand what it says, whenever you see the term marked, that's an indicator that it's either more progressed, it's worse, there's something else going on. Right. So the fact that his says marked autolysis tells us that his decomposition process was further down the line. Decomp doesn't stop, go, stop, go, stop, go. So he was deceased longer than the two females were. So if he's been deceased longer and his decomposition is telling us that, because decomp doesn't lie. And if it's telling us he has been deceased longer, and we then present this to the police and we're like, hey, wait a minute, look at this autopsy report right here. He didn't do this. It's impossible for him to do this. And then they just ignore it. And I mean, everything shuts down. We're no longer allowed to have any more reports. Nobody wants to talk about it. All the groups start shutting down on Facebook. And it's like, what do we do?
Yeah. And it's been a very strange case. And if you follow it from the beginning, from when the bodies are found, if you just start there, don't look at anything else. But if you start there, you will see that everything is very strange from the 911 call. Starting there, it gets really weird. The 911 call is weird. So it sets up this standard for everything else to be very, very strange, which in a case that is supposed to be open and shut, that should not happen. It should be very clear, and there should be no pushback for people who are questioning these simple things that we have found in this case. Just the simple ones, just the very simple ones that they tried to hide, that they tried to keep away from the public. And you have to ask yourself why. So we start there, because a lot of people want to start with David, what he was researching, what he was into, et cetera, et cetera. I don't know. I mean, there's nothing wrong with it. You have to do that. It's the reason why I put all that stuff towards the end of the book. I really love to start the book right there. What happened, starting with the 911 call, actually starting with the neighbors finding those bodies. You really want to start there. You start there. What did they see when they looked in the window? How do you see a mannequin? How do you mistake a dead body for mannequins that look like they were set up to act like they were home when they weren't? When I first heard that, I was like, okay, maybe so they must have been sitting on the couch like this. Everybody's right. Sitting on the couch next to each other. That's what I thought. Not laying down in a Jesus crucifix on the ground with their heads missing. Yep. That doesn't look to me like they're just, we're just taking a nap on the living room floor or something, and the way that the bodies looked. And that was another big thing. But I believe there were some people out there, and there were some people that tried to get us as much information as they could. I don't believe it was a mistake that the infamous photo was put out there. That a lot of these photos were put out there, that these documentations were all put out there. Somebody was probably really upset and really understood that we need to find out what happened here, or at least make sure that the public is able to do their own research. And the only way that can be done is to get as much of the data out there to the public, not to withhold it, and let the public decide on their own whether they think David is innocent or guilty. And that's all that we've done. That's all that I can do, I think.
Well, and and that's so true. And I was so grateful because you really pushed the 911 call for a long time there. And I didn't quite understand where you were going with all that until you started playing it. And then you start comparing that. And then you're like, oh, wait a second. We have a story now that starts at this very first call, and then it's just carried all the way through. And like Mega's saying, like the no lividity, I want to touch on that real quick. Now, for those who don't know my background, I was an EMT and I worked in an ER for 10 years. I had a friend who was a coroner, deputy coroner. Now that's different from an ME. They went out and did all the investigation of the deaths. They had over 3,000 cases under their belt. I've seen plenty of dead people. I know what it looks like. I've seen different stages of decomp, not to the extent that my friend did. So this entire case, it's not like I walked in going, oh, I don't know what's going on, right? And when I'm looking at these bodies and I'm reading these reports, and now the police are trying to convince us that these bodies were laying there for X number of days or whatever, and then supposedly the dogs started eating them. Now, lividity starts to kick in rather quickly. It has to, because the moment the heart stops pumping, then everything settles to the lowest point on the body. Wherever the position the body's in, the blood's going to hit the lowest point. Now, they want us to believe that David died, like Greg was saying, in the crucifix position. Kamel was on the floor, left hand underneath her body, right hand like this, face down, covered. Rania is between her mother's legs on her right side. And there's no lividity in these bodies. None. The blood should have pooled on David's back. Now, we've seen his autopsy, some of his autopsy photos, and there's no lividity at all. None. His entire back should be a purple color. Kamel's entire front should be a purple color. It's not there. And so where and how, the only way you will not get lividity on a body is either if they're drained somehow, if they bleed out, or if the body is continuously moved prior to when rigor sets in. So, this is how police and investigators and MEs can determine whether or not a body has been moved post-mortem. Right? They look at all this stuff. And so you've got 3 bodies lying on a floor that they're trying to convince us that he did, and they were all just lying there for 4 weeks when decomp shows that they were not dead for very long, maybe 10 days. My guess is 7 to 10 days. I don't know. But there's nothing. The bodies, according to them, never moved, but there's no lividity. Why? And then they never question it at all. But then, like you were saying, then we've got people who are calling in these found bodies, right? And then the narrative that they set up. And then, like you said, why did they go look? Now, when I'm going through these reports and I'm finding different times that people, okay, the people who called it in are trying to say that there were gifts on the porch from before Christmas, right? And so they were sitting outside for 3 or 4 weeks, when other people who were interviewed said they didn't even notice the gifts until January 10th. Okay, everybody's living in the same neighborhood. A lot of people, the majority, do not say they saw them on the porch in December. Most of them will say sometime in the first week of January. But again, the cops never stopped to question it at all.
Yeah, and speaking about that, even David's brother, who dropped the presents off, couldn't get the date right. And that was another strange thing, because in these early news reports, half of it isn't their fault because they weren't really given much. We didn't really know that much during those first couple days. It's their fault that they never followed up on these things, because they would have obviously gotten the police reports. And when you have David's brother telling the media, well, it may have been this day, it may have been that day, but in the police report itself, it is very clear what day. He gives a specific day, but he tells the police, or he tells the news that he's not sure. You know, he gives him, it could have been the 26th or it could have been the 27th, something like that. So he's not really sure. And it's those type of things that just don't add up. And when you start looking at all of this stuff, just in those early days before we get to the medical examiner stuff, which is kind of the end of it. It's like, if you don't believe, you know, that there's something weird when you read the medical reports, if you know how to read them, if you understand how to read them, or if you can find somebody that does, then you can clearly see, okay, there's definitely something very strange here, and this is not this open and shut case. And the family members had all of this data. The friends had all of this data way before we did. Why aren't they questioning it? Why aren't they looking into this? And so then it kind of raised another issue. Well, maybe they were involved in it, and maybe that's why. And I believe that really threw a big pile of crap in our eyes that we're looking into this and trying to get other people to look into it. Because now all of a sudden we're like, okay, let's look at the data. Let's look at the data. And then we have other people coming in telling us that the family was murdered by their friends, or they were murdered by their dad, or this was a what do they call that? The Muslim honor killing. This was this is that. They were telling us all of these different things and stating them as fact. It was Jews. The Jews killed them, you know. And so you have all of that when we're just trying to say, look, let's just look at the data and let's just try to understand. The one thing we should all agree on is that there is no evidence that David Crowley did this. And so it was difficult, especially during that first couple months, really. And Dan Hennon was on to something, because there was this whole group of people. They were all going to come out and they were all going to talk about this, and they were going to do exactly what Dan Hennon started doing, and just kind of leave it out there. Let's get the facts out there, give a place that everybody can talk about it and discuss it, et cetera, et cetera. And then all of a sudden, all of these other people backed out. All of these truth seekers, these people who claimed they wanted the truth and they had their own shows, they had the platforms. All of a sudden, it's like everybody gets the call to shut up, to stay silent, don't talk about this case, which is weird. That's weird in and of itself. But the fact that they fell in line was, for me, that was the final straw to say, look, I really got to be careful about who I listen to, who I watch, what shows that I go to, because again, if they can't get this case right, if they can't see the simple things that I can see, there's something wrong there. And this is probably deeper than just a double murder suicide.
Right. And, you know, and I contacted so many people when I first started doing my YouTube channel, because I'm like, either trying to get them to come on here and do talks, or would they even discuss anything? Nobody. I mean, nobody, zero people wanted to talk about it. And it's like, what is going on here? And then when we start to get, you know, especially when we started getting like the blacklight reports and stuff like that. So now we have the blacklight report proving, I mean, it's coming from the computer. Someone accessed the computer remotely, you know, on January 14th. They were already deceased inside the house. Somebody has accessed that laptop. We've got no lividity. Where's the blood? David died. He's been dead longer. There's all of this stuff, and nobody wants to talk about it. Let's see what Mega has to say. They say, why did David's father lie when David didn't make any call during October or November? If I'm correct, there was no such call recording. We didn't find a call recording, and we didn't even find on the AT&T reports for both phones, his old phone and his new phone, we found no call to his father. We've asked that question too. That's a good one.
There were a couple things like that came up. I think it was Chris Peck too, right? There was another. It was like, where was that call made? That call isn't there.
Yeah, because the police were saying, yeah, because he was like going, oh yeah, see, he wanted to come by and get some pot, and the cops were like, yeah, we saw the text exchange.
Yeah, but
Really?
all
Because
they
it's not on
saw,
the phone report.
yeah, they didn't take Chris Peck's phone and get it from his phone either. It looks like they saw a screenshot that Chris Peck texted to them, and that was the case, I think, for a lot of other people. And I guess, you know, there's good reasons why they wouldn't give you the phone, or why you wouldn't demand the phone. The only reason you would take somebody's phone is if they're a suspect, or if you're really investigating this case. It was more proof that they weren't interested in investigating this case.
Yeah,
And
because
there's many reasons.
even I mean, they should have at least taken a screenshot or a picture of something of that text exchange from Chris Peck's phone, and it's not. There's no such thing in any of the records that we got.
Yeah, no,
Other
it's
than they just said they saw it. Yeah.
yeah, it's actually one cop that mentions it, or one detective that mentions it to another detective that, oh, I saw it or something, and that's really it. So, but there's no, yeah, that is interesting. There's no, as far as I don't remember seeing any photo or anything like that, or any mention of it. It's just kind of mentioned that this is what was said, and that was it, and then they move on.
Yeah, and JR wants to know, can you mention any channels that were in and then moved on? Can you clarify? Can you just kind of clarify a little bit more what you're asking, so we can
Yeah,
discuss
I
that?
I think he's asking maybe what some of this background, this group that was going to go public, and they were all going to talk about it. There were a lot of people. I don't remember the channels specifically. I know there was a Canadian one named Hagman and Hagman. I think there's two of them. It's like a father and a son, and that was one of them. There were a lot of others. I wasn't involved in that, but and if I were to go ask Dan Hinn, he'd probably say who these channels were and who these people were. But it ended up, a lot of them ended up being some of the same people that came out and later said that David Crowley is guilty, and that was it. You know, so it was just weird. And then it was the same some of the same people that wanted to take control of the gray state, of the Justice for David Crowley and Family Facebook group, and the Justice for David Crowley of Gray State Facebook page. They wanted control of both of those channels in order to make sure that all that you would hear is what they wanted you to. They did not want any questioning about maybe David didn't do it. They wanted to control it from that level, because they were seeing that Dan Hinnan's group and this other page, this other justice page, which were coincidentally made at the same time, on the same day, by a guy named Thomas Lapp, made the Justice for David Crowley of Gray State Facebook page, and Dan Hinnan made the Justice for David Crowley and Family Facebook group. Thomas Lapp got hit first. They went after him first. Thomas Lapp gave the Gray State goons admin rights and made them whatever you call them. So what those people started doing is they started going through Thomas Lapp's Facebook page and started deleting things, started removing questions and content. And so Thomas Lapp calls Dan Hinnan to let him know, hey, this is what they've been doing with my page. They're probably going to do the same thing with you. And that's exactly what happened, except Dan Hinnan was like, nope, you know, you're not going to get any admin, nothing. And this is like Danny August Mason, Sean Wright. I don't know if Mason Hendricks, I don't think he ever asked for admin rights as far as I know. It was a few other people too, that I never really heard of. A lot of these people I'd never heard of up until any of this happened. I just happened to be Facebook friends or online friends with Sean Wright, because we were both a part of the We Are Change. And so that's all that I knew Sean Wright from. I had no idea who this guy was or how involved he would be in trying to silence people from asking questions, trying to intimidate people.
Yeah,
It's
he
like,
tried
why
to
would
be
you
the
care?
muscle, which was really funny. It's like, no,
Yeah,
dude,
he
just
really was. he kind of quieted down once his record came out, and people started looking at, you know, his public, or whatever you want to call it, his criminal record or his police records, stuff like that. He kind of tuned down a little bit, but not that much.
Yeah, I mean, it took me having to get my police department involved with the police department where he was, and then they made a little knock to his door and said, "You do this one more time to her, and we're arresting you." So yeah, finally he learned. I haven't heard a word from him since. So thank goodness he didn't step further. But Jer says, just curious if there were big channels that flipped. Now,
Well,
speaking of the big channels, what about Alex Jones? So I said
yeah,
Alex
I was
Jones.
just
I
gonna
kind of
mention that.
reamed him because I felt like he really screwed David.
Yeah, I was just gonna mention that one because that was the big one. I wouldn't say he flipped, but he didn't cover it, which is weird because Alex Jones covers all this other stuff. He's covering gay frogs and suicidal shrimp, but he's not covering this very interesting case from someone that he had on. And there was a caller about maybe a week or maybe a month or so that called in to his show to try to ask him about it, to try to get Alex Jones to investigate it. And I listened to that recording or to that show, and Alex Jones just kind of generalizes it as, yeah, they're running around killing people and everything, but he doesn't stay on course with David Crowley's death. And it's such an open and shut case. It's a slam dunk case for somebody like Alex Jones, who could have made a big deal. And so it does bring up a lot of questions as to why Alex Jones didn't cover it. We know towards the end in 2014, David Crowley publicly posted some anti-Alex Jones comments, and so there may have been some bad blood from that too.
Now, was he on Alex's show when he
was on
said,
there
"I'm not suicidal"?
No, that was actually before the Hagman show.
Okay.
So Hagman, I forget what his, because there's two. There's a father and there's a son. I think one actually committed suicide later on or something. But right before the show, yeah, David had told him that I'm not prone to suicide. Sean Wright also is on record. Dan Hennon has that record too of saying that he didn't believe David Crowley was suicidal. Of course, that changed. That changed pretty quickly.
Well,
Yeah.
you know, a lot of the guys at the beginning were saying that, you know, no, I think even Mason Hendricks was saying that at one point too. He goes, no, it's just not, that's not who he was and what he'd do. And now it's like, oh yeah, he did it. You guys stop it. And he's this, and it's like, wow.
Yeah, and it was all at the same time. It was like all these guys got this they got their marching orders, whatever you want to call it. And, you know, or maybe they realized that, you know, the doors were going to close on them if they kept going down that route. So whatever it is. But as far as Jones, one last thing about Alex Jones, there was a guy named Joe Biggs who came about a year later. He ended up on Alex Jones's show. He was doing correspondence or something. Anyways, Joe Biggs was working for Jones while Joe Biggs was going to investigate David Crowley. So it was like maybe 2 years later, and my friend Sam from Weaponized News spoke to Joe Biggs, and Joe Biggs was going to investigate it. Joe Biggs was actually on Alex Jones's show saying that he was going to look into it, and he actually said what he was going to do. Joe Biggs's plan was to look at the social media first. He's like, that's the first thing that you got to do. So you look at that, and then you kind of work your way back. Well, pretty soon after that, Joe Biggs is on a video, and he's wasted. He's drunk. He's fighting a security guard. The next day or 2 days later, he's fired from InfoWars, or he leaves InfoWars. Let's put it like that. He left. Then about a year or so later, it comes out that Joe Biggs is working with Danny August Mason to get the Gray State back up. And so that is a curious case of Joe Biggs. So it's kind of like, you know, you get these guys, and I felt like they were trying to do that to me too. It was kind of like tempting, you know, don't talk about this and we can find something for you. We'll find another good project for you, which is weird. It's very weird. It's something that a shadow government, the CIA, DBOP, whatever, Black Ops, it's something that these corrupt organizations, cults, groups, private groups, it's something that they would do, again, to keep you in line, to keep you down their path. And if you don't do it, doors start closing. We see this on the big level. We see this, if you're like if you were a Trump guy back in, 2017, 2018, it probably happened to them too. All of the different shadow banning. But that's it. That was a very strange thing with Alex Jones, and to see where he's at now, it doesn't shock me, because it was like, you were talking about all of this stuff, but why wouldn't you talk about David Crowley? Once I realized Alex Jones was not going to cover the David Crowley case, that's when I stopped listening to Alex Jones and stopped watching him, and I haven't to this day, really.
Same here. Yeah. And do you know the answer to this question? So they were Crowley based from the beginning by JR?
Yes, yeah. They were all like pro Crowley. They had worked with Crowley. They were asking questions in this private group call. They had like 1 or 2 group calls that I think the third one got canceled. And so, and I put that in the book too. That is in there with Dan Hinnon, and I do ask him about that call, because he found it very, very strange. Yeah, these were all people that were saying, look, there's something wrong. We're gonna go public, and we're gonna question it. We're gonna question David Crowley's death. Not saying, oh, that the government did it or who did it, etc. But yes, these are all people that you will find that either worked with David Crowley, or who were friends with David Crowley, or who were trying to mooch off of David Crowley. It's all the same cast of characters. Go back and look at who was working on the Gray State Project between 2012 and 2013. And then look at how many of them have come out and said, you know what, I don't believe David Crowley is guilty. It's going to be around 0.
Yeah.
you may find 1 or 2. We did find a soldier that worked with David Crowley, that served with David Crowley, and actually had worked a little bit on the graphics of the Gray State trailer with David Crowley. We didn't find that out until years later. So there are people out there who served with David Crowley, who worked with David Crowley, who do think that David Crowley did not do this. But there's not that many, and many of them, well, I shouldn't say many, but there are a few that I know of that will not go public, and that's their right. That's their choice, unfortunately.
Yeah. And that's, the same thing. It's like even family members that contact me. You finally were able to get one extended family member to come forward, but I'll talk to them, and I will keep anonymity until the day I die. I will never let out anything they say, but it's like, even they're afraid to come forward and say anything. So when you have family members and close friends, and then you see the reports, and everything points to something happening to David, not David being the perpetrator, it's like, I don't want to believe this is some big government thing, but it's not leaving me much other choice of what could be. Who else could have that kind of control over it?
Yeah, and that's it. I don't know. It is the strangest case that I've ever looked into, including 9/11, including JFK. There is just something very, very different about this case from any other murder, suicide, mystery, Gary Webb, any of those stuff, which does involve the government. All 3 of those things, the Gary Webb thing, the JFK thing, the September 11th, in some way or the other, they all involve the government. I cannot find any connection to a government tie with the David Crowley case, other than he served in the Army and worked with ex-government people. He had spoken to them, and you can see that in David Crowley's work.
Which is what's so weird, Greg, when you think about it. It's like, who else has that power to kind of silence the world, and yet maintain such a distance that they can't be connected?
So cults.
Okay.
Cults, yeah. Satanic cults, things like that. Yeah, those type of groups, shadow governments, secret governments you never hear of, that are not meant to be talked about, that they don't want out there. But yeah, I think it's very, very deep. It's a deep rooted cult that is hiding behind other groups like the Freemasons. They want us to believe that this was a Freemason hit, when it could be some people who happen to be Freemasons but are a part of something else, they're part of something bigger.
Yeah, because there are so many things in this case that point to either Freemasonry, government, or even honor killings. I mean, they kind of whoever's responsible just threw this in, and it's just a mix-up, a mashup of everything. And it's like it looks like it was purposefully done to confuse everybody.
Yes,
So
I
it
agree.
sends everybody down different rabbit holes, when instead of doing that, let go of all those theories and let's bring it all back down and focus on what we know, the core things of what we know.
I
And
agree.
yeah.
Yeah, I think that's why some people were very disappointed with my book, because I didn't go there, because the book really was just to be a quick research guide. That's really all it is. You know, it's not my own, well, some of it is, but most of it is just what the documents show, what the documents say. And so when I didn't name names, where I didn't have a theory that says, okay, based on everything in this book, it's the Masons, or it's these guys, it's the friends, it's the family. I never did that. And I never want to do that, because that's exactly what they did to David Crowley. They accused him of something that cannot be proven. So unless I can 100% prove who did it, I'm not going to accuse people. It doesn't mean I'm not going to think about it. It doesn't mean I'm not going to entertain it. We have to look at all of those aspects in it. But I just want to be very careful about that, because I do get accused of that too. I was like, okay, well, show me where I have accused anybody of doing this, of saying this. And early on, that happened a lot, where people would purposely go into the group, make all of those claims, and then all of a sudden everybody was saying that Dan Hinnon was saying that. It's like, no. And we don't know who that person was, because the count would then be gone. It looked like it was fake, like it was just created. They had weird names, it was all of this wild stuff. And it's like, wow, why would people want to waste your time? And maybe there are crazy people out there like that. They're usually on Reddit or something. We didn't see a lot of them on Facebook at the time, but so it was an interesting experience, even at a personal level, to just kind of go through that during those days. And you had it too. It's like they really made it personal, and we couldn't help but get around that. And it did become personal at some point.
Yeah, I still get that too. And Mega asks, I heard Danny Mason joined Freemasons after David's death. That is correct. It was like about 2 or 3 months after the death, he joined. He had pictures of it on his page, his Facebook page. So yeah, there are photos of him, and he did join the Freemasons. But what I found, it's like, I didn't really want to go there for a long time, trying to figure out, who did it. Cause I just don't think we have enough information. But when I started getting, encrypted emails, people would use an encrypted email service. And when I started getting those, and then these people are saying, hey, go look this direction. And then when you're finding out that the metadata on the police photographs was altered, which is huge. No. I mean, the minute someone then alters it, it's no longer evidence. I mean, you've now corrupted a piece of evidence. So, I mean, who does that? If you're saying you're investigating a death, why would you go in, and why would they even have to manipulate the metadata on the photographs? There's no reason, but they did it. They moved things at the crime scene. Remember, I had that video showing the skull movement, and you see it on the book, on the Quran. That's, the pieces of skulls on the Quran. And then I follow those photographs. I'm like, look, and you see the skull move through the photographs. And I'm like, you're not supposed to be doing that. You're supposed to be taking it in situ, but they just didn't. Everything was so screwed up. You have the initial reports of them coming in where they're describing Rania between her mom's legs on her right side, blah, blah, blah. But everybody else after that, there's a child between the two adults on top of the mother's legs. Well, they clearly moved a child's body. Why? And that was by those who first walked into that scene. Why would you do that? And so there's manipulation of evidence, tainting of evidence, all these different theories that are just thrown into one single crime scene. It's so chaotic that it's like purposeful.
Yeah. There's a couple Ray Charles moments in there too, where they see things and they don't discuss it. It's not in any police reports. It's not mentioned, and it is a big deal. It is the recliner that is in that living room that has a big, huge blood, a big blood stain on it, and it is not mentioned really. They document it. I mean, but that's really it. It's not mentioned. How did that big blood stain get there? There's no body. There's nobody's body next to it. To me,
no body next to it, no puddle of blood under it, nothing. But yet, and then then they don't even get a sample and test the sample.
Yeah, they just swab it and forget about it. Oh, whoops, I forgot about it. Yeah, Ray Charles moments. There's a couple of those, but that was a big one. That was a big one of just things that they didn't do. And it's like, well, if you didn't do this, like the other one is that blood wall. It's like, how do you say that David Crowley wrote that when there's no evidence that David Crowley wrote on that wall? You have no conclusive evidence, but from day one, they've been saying that.
Yeah, there's no DNA. When they're testing that DNA, the only DNA they found is Kamel. Now, if he had done that, there would be his DNA all mixed within that blood sample. Oh, yeah. Oh, wait. We're supposed to believe he put gloves on, right?
His house. I mean, it's his house. There's a clock right there. There's a painting right there. You would think.
Well, his own cell phone. His cell phone was missing his DNA. The only DNA found on his cell phone was Kamel, and that was her blood. Nothing else was found. No mixture, nothing.
I found it strange that David's cell phone was cracked too. I know we haven't really talked too much about that, but it always seemed kind of strange because the guy had money. It seemed like he used his cell phone a lot, and if the cell phone was cracked, it doesn't make sense to me that he would just keep it cracked for months or for
That's a good
years,
point.
you know?
That's a good point. He wouldn't.
So I think I remember looking for a lot of this stuff when all we had was the crime scene photos. Then I got thrown off by it. But I remember going around the house looking for signs that David Crowley was trying to not talk to us, but was trying to leave clues about what really happened. And I still think there are a lot of signs, a lot of things in that house that we probably just haven't found yet and haven't seen. In that basement, I think there is a lot. That's why I wanted to get the full video of them going around the house. But the quality is so bad in that video that the photos were much better.
Yeah, it was horrible. And for me, it's like too, like you were bringing up, the complete and total lack of David's blood anywhere in that house. The only place his blood is found is a small section, just a little dot on the knife that was left blade open by his leg, which had all three of their, they found DNA, minute, but that's the only place that they found all three of their blood. And then a little bit on inside the barrel, but then it was his blood on the magazine that's loaded within the gun. He had to have been injured prior to that magazine being taken and stuck inside that gun. And they're trying to say that no, his only injury was the gunshot wound to the head. It's like, liar, liar, pants on fire. We're looking at that skull and clearly there is, it's proof, evidence of multiple blunt force trauma. And so we know he was supposedly, according to them, he was killed and shot in that house. But he has every sample they take, his DNA is missing, his blood is missing. And like you were saying, it's his freaking house. His DNA should have been in every single sample almost that they took. They should have been able, but they didn't. And then yet what do we find? We find that according to their reports is that there is unknown DNA. You have a sample yeah, you have sample that's taken from these bullet fragments. What he supposedly did, he supposedly loaded everything, and the only DNA there belongs to Kamel, but yet doesn't belong to David. And then it states that it's a mixture of 2 or more individuals. David is absolutely ruled out. Rania is absolutely ruled out, but it's a close relative.
There's your suspect. I mean, you gotta have some other suspect there. But by that point, within 24 hours, and you may even say within 4 hours, they already had their suspect, and they were moving along with that. There were no alternative theories. They were not looking for alternative theories, giving them the benefit of the doubt, at least after 24 hours, which is ridiculous. You know, you have a detective who says he walks in the house, and that's, you know, we asked him in our 21 questions, you know, when did you know that David Crowley did this? He said when he assessed the crime scene, when he examined the crime scene. So it's like you walk into that crime scene and you really think David Crowley did this? And even if that's true, then what you would do is you would build up all of your facts to support that. They never did that. They never said, we think David Crowley wrote on this blood wall, which would make the most sense. It would make the most sense, but then you have to prove it.
Mm-hmm.
They never proved it, and they never backtracked it either. So they never went back and said, you know what, we don't know who wrote that there. We thought it was David. It makes sense that it was David because we figured he was the culprit. The gun is next to him, not next to the hand that he shoots with, but next to the other one, but whatever, you know. But so it was all of that data when we started backtracking it, and they never backtracked on any of that stuff, which they should. And at the very least, hopefully one day we will. And I'm not giving up on it. I really think this may be, you know, this may be a long time coming where finally we get the right person in law enforcement in that area, in the Apple Valley, somewhere, some way, somehow, a family member who is a relative, who is maybe not even of age now, who at some point will learn about what happened to their uncle, to their aunt, to their cousin, and may want to investigate and start a new investigation 20, 30 years from now. We just don't know.
So I really, really do. And, you know, here's the thing too, is like when I took the photo to a different country, I had the photo, right? Just the main crime scene one of the one that was accidentally released, the bodies. And I'm in a different country and I see some police officers and I'm just like, hey, you know, can I ask you a question? What do you see? And that's, what do you see when you see this photo? And when their response is this a joke, right? And you're like, oh, you know, we Americans, we tend to take things, we're like, oh, I didn't mean to offend them. And I go, no, it's not a joke, but, you know, does this look like, you know, a murder-suicide? And they go, this is clearly a triple homicide. You know, don't waste my time. Quite rude. And it's like, sorry, but thank you for your input. So when you're in a different place where they have no, you know, they don't have a monkey in the circus, and they're saying, their police officers are saying, this is clearly a triple homicide. What is it that the AVPD seems to think that they can convince everybody that it was a murder-suicide?
Yeah, and it should be noted that you know, it only takes the lead detective or whoever is in charge to shut everybody underneath them down. Mm-hmm. Just like on JFK, just like on September 11th, you know, we're not saying that all of the Apple Valley conspired this. It only takes one person at the top to shut it down and to just make sure that nobody else, any of the other cops, the first responders, the investigators, to make sure that none of them go against what they are saying.
And when the Apple Valley Police Department, when we're requesting documents via FOIA, we're following the law and how to obtain the documents that are public. It's you guys solved this case. You closed it. You adjudicated it. It's over according to you. So by law, we're doing FOIA and we're requesting these documents. And then they turn around and then they bring in the help of the city attorney to tell us they're not giving out any more information, that's it, because if they, it's a murder case, so it's always open. Bullshit. Excuse my French, but bullshit. And so now we can't get anything from them. Nothing. They've completely shut us out. And yeah, like JR says, I know it starts to sound even more conspiratory when starting to see the bizarre connections. Yeah. That's what is so, I don't know. I'm just grateful, Greg, that you saying I didn't give up. No, I'm only here because of you. I had pretty much, like, okay, that's it. I don't know what else we could do, but you keep going, no, you can't give up. You can't walk away. And then the more and more people who still are coming forward, like the guests we have, the people who are watching today, we have Mega, we have JR, we have, of course, Crypt. We love Rick. And, we've got these people who are coming in and going, hey, we had never really heard of this case. And it's because of that, because of people still showing an interest, and because you have not given up. I've come back.
Good.
So
I'm glad you will. I'm glad you will. I think you'll keep coming back, and I think yeah, we're just waiting for that big moment, for that big break, which will happen. We may not be around to see it, but I truly think one day the case will get reopened, or that one break will be made and justice will be served. And if it doesn't happen on this earth, I think we've done everything that we can do to get justice within our means, within the peaceful means that we have. And that for me is a victory. Just finishing that book was a victory. And I felt like after writing the book, I could walk away from it. I've done my part. And then we get 7,000 pages of more documents, and we get the audio. I mean, there was a lot of stuff that we didn't have when I published that book. And so there's always room for more data, and there's always room to make another condensed version or something. But there's still so many different layers to this case, and they're out there right now is some people that know what really happened, and we need those people to come forward.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Megas. I've been following you for a year from India. Thank you so much. But what a lot of you guys might not know, because I'm still going to hound you, Greg has a second book on the case. And it's actually really good, but he's been so busy, but he absolutely has to finish that one. So yeah, between the two books, it's like all the information on the case will be there.
Yeah. The second one has been kind of challenging because I don't really like writing about myself, and a lot of it is kind of my experience with the case. And but there is a lot left to be written. Just looking at all of those documents and the day one journal, there's so much in there. And yes, that's what I hope to go back and finish is a continuation of all of the documents that we have, and just some of the highlights that we have, and then always going back and revising the first book a little bit, kind of making a condensed chapter or something like that makes it very easy. My goal is really to make it very easy for new researchers to come in and pick this thing up as quickly as they can, because I found that has been one of the biggest struggles with me starting any new cases or any other thing. It's hard, like where do you start? And this news media is so bad. If you were to look up Gray State, David Crowley right now, you're probably going to get all of the Netflix film. You're going to get all of the same people saying David Crowley did it, and that's it. So it's very difficult for someone who is coming in to start this case. Even when you look at the Gray Stage channel, the YouTube channel that I have on this case, it's very difficult because I got like 400 videos, and you're like, I don't know where to start on this thing. So I did go back and I made a long version. There's like two of them, so it's about 2 hours, 2.5 hours total, maybe, called the David Crowley story. And so if you're looking for a place on my channel to start, that's probably where you want to start.
Yeah, Greg has lots of stuff, and
Much.
after, well, I mean, you have had so many channels, but they keep taking them down,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
it's which is kind of frustrating because you had some really good stuff.
I actually have
definitely-
three David Crowley channels right now. I got the Gray Stage, I got David Crowley Research, and David Crowley Questions. So there are 3 active channels out there right now. Sure, now one of them will get dropped or get flagged.
Yeah, and JR says, I never believed in conspiracy. 60 plus years, I see Kylie and suddenly I see them. Kylie brought me to Crowley.
strange.
Thank you. And,
Yeah.
just, real briefly, how, even with the Kylie Rodney case,
That's crazy.
I'm looking at that. And Sophia had, because we were both looking into it, because we're like on, hey, let's get this story because this girl didn't die the way they're saying. And then so she's like, have you ever seen the inside of the vehicle she was found? And I was working on something at the time, I can't remember. And I said no. So she sent me a photo of what the inside of Kylie's vehicle looked like. So between where the headrests are and the ceiling, the roof of the car is like this much space. And the police are trying to get me to believe that that body floated over that headrest to end up toward the back near the trunk. Again, bullshit. It was not, that girl was dead when she was put in the trunk of that car. No. So and then it's the same thing with David's case. But when I had people contacting me, like I was saying, through encrypted email, and they're sending me stuff saying, hey, check this out, look at this. And clearly these had to have been people who were associated with the case and didn't want to be known, because I'm pretty good at finding things, especially if I have your email address. But since this was encrypted, I couldn't track them at all. And so I'm like, that's kind of what got my brain going. It's like, okay, this really is not. I really thought it was going to be super easy, open, shut, and everything will be fine. And it's like, it's anything but. JR says, I stopped cable. I don't believe mainstream anymore. Yeah, I see them ignoring anything that's questionable. No investigative journalism. Yep. And, and I took journalism courses in college, and everything we were taught in college is not at all what you're supposed to do now. There's, you don't dare question anything. You don't question the government. You don't question your source. It's like, oh, if you've got somebody saying something, we'll write that because now it's law. And it could be an absolute utter lie. And that's the same thing with the Crowley case. The police know that they're lying. They know that. They know everything that's coming out of their mouth is an absolute lie. And yet they do it so well and so smoothly.
It's sad. It's really sad. And that's something they have to live with for the rest of their lives. And we also started looking at what was going to happen to a police officer who may have said, you know what, we need to look more into this. We need to keep digging into this case. And so then you go and you see who has retired to spend more time with their family, things like that. So that's also, there's some interesting aspects to this case from people who are no longer with the Apple Valley Police, who we thought may be open to helping us out, and maybe
and
in
they
the
were
future,
directed by the AVPD to shut up, don't talk about it.
Don't
And
talk
it's
about
like,
it anymore.
whoa, wait a second, because
That's why we may have some deathbed confessions in the future at some point, or a family member from one of the police officers who was there or who investigated this, or a coroner. That's why we may have something like that comes out later on. That's all we need. It's just one big break like that to keep this going. The only reason why I made so many videos when the case first started is because my biggest fear was that this case was going to go by the wayside, like all these other cases, and just stop. And they were gonna stop talking about it. We weren't gonna hear about it, et cetera, et cetera. But we kept it going until they were forced to make a Netflix film. And I do really believe that part of the reason, a big reason why that film was made, was to try to discredit us, because they saw that there were people out there every day, And the more people that learned about this case were having their own questions, not listening to what Dan Hannon said, not listening to what I said, but looking at what did the documents say? What do those photos tell us? Was there something David Crowley was trying to tell us in those crime scene photos? And I still think there is a lot more to be told there.
Yeah, and I agree with you. I think that it's like when I don't know, I'm assuming you feel the same way, but when I look at him, and it's like, what am I not seeing?
Yes.
I just will stare and I go, I know there's something here. Why am I not seeing it? But the one thing I can say I am super grateful for was the Netflix special. I mean, I love your term sloppy-mentary. It was so perfect, because when I watched it, that's when I knew. Because I'd read a little bit and then I saw it and I watched it and I'm like, this is a lie. And it was you and Dan. They might have cut you guys down to just a tiny little snippet in the Netflix special, but it was you two were what got me going. Okay, these guys are onto something, because everything else that they covered, again, it's like not all of us are stupid. Not all of us can be, easily convinced. And a lot of us have a base knowledge within the realm that they're trying to cover and tell us crap about, right? Because I'm not the only one, but, I worked in the medical field. I have friends who were deputy coroners. I have friends who are police officers. I've seen worse than what was on that Crowley floor. So it's like, and then I know how to read these documents. I know the difference between marked and not marked autolysis versus marked autolysis. It's like, hello. And all of us can sit there and read and go, wait a minute, where's David's DNA? Where's his blood? Where is his fingerprint? Where is this man in his own home? He's missing, 1,000% missing within his own home, everywhere on a DNA level. So it's like, who came in? So my brain, and again, this is just where my brain goes, not saying what happened, but then I'm like, who cleaned the house before they threw all this crap down? Set the scene. That's where my brain starts to travel. And I'm not saying that's what happened, but that's just where I start going. And it's like, so I'm grateful. I'm really glad you and Dan had the gall and the guts and the gumption to say what you felt on that special, because I think because of you two, it's brought a lot of other people out and said, wait a minute, we need to search this.
Yeah, and they have all that extra footage because they filmed us for like 2 hours, and they weren't really interested in any of the stuff that you'll find in my book. They weren't really interested in any of the stuff you'll find in the police documents. In fact, the people who came to my house, the guy who spoke with me, a nice guy, Robert Erickson, I believe his name was, he had never read the documents, hadn't looked at the photos. I wanted to show him. He didn't want to see any of it. So, but he was a contracted guy. He wasn't part of Eric Nelson's team. He was contracted out by Eric Nelson to come to California, to my mom's basement, and film me over there. So it looks like a backyard, but it's really the basement. Don't confuse yourself. It's not a backyard. So that was a very interesting experience. There are a few things I wish I would have turned my camera on them while they were filming me.
Oh yeah, that would have been good.
That's what I should have done. That's what I should have done that whole time. But I was completely I didn't even want to do it. I really didn't want to do it because I knew what was going to happen, and it was really just Dan Hannon that was like, yeah, you should do it. So I did it.
Well, I'm glad you did. It really. And so JR says the CHP finalized a crash report accident and they show their errors, but nobody's going to touch it, which is another thing. Yeah, Rodney case is another one like the Crowley case. You start to bring it up and boy, people come after you real quick. And it's so clear that young lady, it wasn't an accident. But yet, that's what it'll always, where's her family?
Yeah,
where are these
another
people's
one.
family?
It's another one.
Yeah.
Was her family involved with drugs or something like that too?
Probably. So I know some people have mentioned Apple Valley for Kylie's case. Not sure how they're connected. I think in that case, it's because it's how it was handled. it just reminds us so much of how the David Crowley case was handled by the Apple Valley Police Department versus CHP, and how they handled Kylie's.
Yeah,
That was my take on it.
There is an Apple Valley in California, but I don't think it's anywhere close to where her case was.
Yeah.
I could be
And
wrong.
this one is David's mom's sudden death was so shocking. Yeah. And I go back and forth on that. I really, really do. I get how it looks super suspicious, and it is super suspicious, but at the same time, but at the same time, when people do die from heart attacks when someone they love dies. So from a medical standpoint, it makes sense. But then when you're looking at the entire case, you're like, that's kind of suspicious. So I'm really torn about Kate's death.
I think the fact that we haven't gotten anything on her death, and we don't really know anything about her death, really. But what we know, what we've heard, that she was found slumped in the backyard with blood down her ear and everything. But I don't know if that's true or not. This is just what people have said, and I really haven't done any of the due diligence to try to get any information on her death. I think somebody had, and they won't release. They only release it to family or something like that. But I don't know. I haven't heard. We don't know who the boyfriend is, who was out of town during that time too. A couple strange things like that. How they all just nobody wanted to talk about it. They didn't want to talk about Kate's death, which for some family members did seem weird, because they didn't make it sound like she had this big drinking problem that they were trying to tell us. And one of the weirdest things about Kate's death is that she almost predicted David's death. And she had been, according to David's sister, she had thought that they were dead in mid 2014.
Yeah, because they weren't responding.
They weren't responding, and there was questions with the sister. Like, the sister was saying, "Mom doesn't have your number," and they're like, "No, we gave Mom our phone number." And there was a lot of miscommunication at best there. But I would love to see what Kate Crowley's, what the autopsy results, and what all of that is, and maybe Kate's boyfriend, whoever was the boyfriend at the time, if they have any information, who found Kate, what police. I mean, it wouldn't take that much. I just have not done any of the due diligence. Really, kind of thinking about it, it seems simple. I just never had time to really do it. You go to the police station, you find out what what police would be in that area. And then so much time has passed now. I don't know what records they would even have for us.
Yeah, that's true too. Yeah, Erica says, dying from a broken heart is a real diagnosis. There's a medical term for it. Yeah. And, again, I worked in the ER for 10 years. And for me, what I saw mostly were the older people. When they had a spouse die, then generally they would come in with heart issues. And I mean, it happens all the time. So that's what I'm saying. It's like,
she's young though.
But it was her child.
Yeah.
So, and did she weaken her heart from the alcohol that she had been drinking before? I mean, there's, like I said, it's like with her, I really want to read more. I couldn't say one way or another without doing enough research.
Yeah. And her phone number is all over those phone records at like late night hours, strange hours too. So, but you talk to people who knew David's parents back in 2005, 2006, and they were pretty shocked that they even broke up, that the parents even split up. And then we talked with David's, I want to make sure I get this right. David's dad's brother's
wife's sister.
5 times removed there. That's who we thank you. That's who we had on. See, I was lost already. So this, the person we talked to was married to David's uncle. Right? No, David's uncle.
Her sister was married to David's uncle.
you know what I'm getting at. So I mean, so she knew some of the family, and she's got some interesting information. If you have not seen that, I'm sure it's on Catherine's channel here
Yeah.
somewhere.
And insight. I mean, she had some really good insight.
Yeah.
You want to go ahead and take Rick's question?
What's he saying? He said they filmed me for 2 hours. What was discussed in those 2 hours? They asked me a lot of questions, but it wasn't. They did ask me about actually, it was all really about Sean Wright. It was really about questioning me about Sean Wright, about wild conspiracy theories. I was the one who ended up bringing, and really it was just 1 hour. They interviewed me for 1 hour. Then Dan Hinnon and I did a 1 hour live show on YouTube. So that's when I say 2 hours. So you can see what the second hour is just me and Dan Hinnon talking with this big camera in the back of my screen and a big camera in the back of his. But for that first hour, it really wasn't that much. It was all about Sean Wright, and it was about who did it. I was the one who started bringing up facts about the bullet that they found 1 month later. And remember, that was filmed in that must have been 2018 or so. So there was a lot of information that I didn't have, a lot of information that I didn't know back then. But even back then, you could see just on the information we had, from the 464 crime scene photos, from the 92-page reports. That was enough for me to say, there's no way that this guy did it. Then we started getting the BCA documents, the coroner's report, all of that stuff, which was very foreign to me until Catherine came along. I had no idea what I was reading, but I'm just going to document it. This is what it says. I don't know. You figure it out. You figure out what it means, but I'll help you find out what it says. And then we didn't have the phone records. We didn't have any of that stuff then. So it was a lot about the group, the Justice for David Crowley and Family Facebook group, a lot about Dan Hinnon, and really a lot about Sean Wright. Not really a lot about David or about the facts of the case. At that point, I believe I had just received Detective Jim Gummert's response to our 21 questions, and I was talking to them about that. I think I received it like that day. It was right around that same time when they came out. So, but the questions weren't really much. Now, at the end, I started telling them things after the camera stopped rolling. And as I was walking them out, I did start telling them things about Sean Wright. And I think that's what they wanted me to talk about on camera. And Robert Erickson, I remember vividly, he turns to me and he says, that's what we should have talked about. And that's when I knew this wasn't about the David Crowley case. This was about everything else. This was about the drama between, the people and everything. But I felt like either they were out to get Sean Wright, or he had fed them questions to make sure that they asked me.
Oh, wow. And I wouldn't doubt that at all. I just want to say, I'm really sorry, Erica. Yeah, your grandfather. I know it happens so often. It's sad. Now Erica also says, I do see her passing. Could be suspicious. Yeah, I could be. She was very worried about David and was very vocal about that. Maybe she knew things others did not. And, I wondered that very same thing too, because she was the only one, and she's the one who ends up dying, but she was the only one who said, there's no way he could have did this. If they didn't have a pact, there's no way he killed his family. And then all of a sudden she's the one who ends up going, and everybody else has jumped right on board. Yeah, he did it. He did it.
And she would have been able to get all of those documents.
Yep.
I'm sure at some point Dan Hinnon and I would have spoken with her too. I really think that too. And I think she would have been the one to say, well, these guys want these documents. Let's get them all of these documents, and then let's let the chips fall wherever they may. I think that would have been a big help. And that was a big loss when she died. And the investigation wasn't even over either. So when it would have come out that they said, oh, David is ruled, the case is ruled exceptionally cleared. And because we couldn't find evidence that anybody else did it, we're just going to say that David did it. I don't think that Eric Nelson's film would have came out if Kate was still with us. I think a lot of things would have changed. I think she would have been able to change a lot of people's minds, including on Kamel's family side. I think she would have been a big ally with Kamel's family. And I'm not giving up on them either, because I think they are still the biggest ally. They are the ones who can really reopen this case, is Kamel's family.
Well, and and here's, I hope they do, because here's the thing: the evidence left behind points to Kamel's family, and they need to come forward and say, hey, you know what? This is not funny. We don't know how they got this or whatever, but we want to find out what happened to our daughter or sister, or whatever. Because when you have just her DNA and the other DNA that's included in that is a close relative, but her own daughter and husband are ruled out, that only leaves family.
Yeah.
So it's like, I pray to God that they come forward, because right now it's not looking good for them. Do you know anything about this? Says, I heard that Kate was in talks with one of David's autopsy examiners, and 8 hours later she was found dead.
I had heard that. Yeah, I heard that too. I think that was part of the information that was given to Dan Hinnon or posted in the Justice for David Crowley and Family Facebook group, or both. But yeah, I had heard the exact same thing. I actually heard that she touched something. And so there's been some wild theories I don't really get into, because I don't know if it's true or not. But that was another wild theory, was that, well, when she went to go pick it up, they had poisoned her or something like that. So it's kind of like, all right, guys, come on, let's just stick to.
It'd be easier to poison the drink.
Yeah,
I don't know. Yeah, Carla says, have you seen the documentary Police State by Dinesh D'Souza? It is similar to what David had been creating. I think I saw that. It sounds familiar.
Yeah, I don't know if I've seen that one. I've seen a couple of his, but I don't know if I've seen that one or not.
Yeah, I like Dinesh. He's very, very interesting.
Yeah, he's got a great one out right now.
Yeah. But it's like, to wrap this up, because I know you're gonna have to go here pretty soon.
Oh, yes.
But when we're looking at David, blood missing from the scene, no DNA, no prints on the gun. He supposedly was the last one to touch it, to kill everybody. His prints aren't on the gun. His blood is on the magazine inside of the weapon. It was found inside the weapon.
Signs of a struggle.
Yeah. We have multiple blunt force trauma. You clearly see it on the skull piece on the floor. We have, evidence that's been moved. We have David's DNA, David's decomp is marked compared to just the other girls. There's no proof in everything. There's absolute proof that somebody accessed the family computer after they were all deceased. The Kamel's tattoos don't match up. I mean, David's like, I just don't have enough. I could still be convinced that's probably David on the floor, but Kamel, I am 100% convinced it's not her. So where is she? Is that really Rania? I mean, we don't know. We don't have, because like you were saying, they then took, saying, well, we'll take this DNA. So it has to be her because they're all together. And there's so many things that tell us David is absolutely innocent. It's impossible for him to have committed this crime. And yet we have the entire police force. We have the entire news agencies, his own hometown, his own family, content to say he slaughtered him and then he killed himself.
It's ridiculous. Unless they're scared. They're scared of something. Doesn't really make sense to me. But that's just kind of been the way that this whole case has gone, and one twist and one turn. And like you said, it kind of seems like they whoever did this threw so much stuff out there to make sure people were just endlessly mulling around, going into different ways, to the point where most people would just give up and just stop. And that's what I see happen. I actually see I've seen that happen a lot with people who are gung-ho about it. They're in it, and they believe 100%. They start out, and I almost hate when people start out that David didn't do it 100%, because those, in my experience, and I can probably think about, about a handful, maybe 12, about a dozen people, they start out like that, and by the end, they were like, maybe he did it, and then you just never hear from them again. They find one thing that just kind of, and they discount all of this stuff that you just mentioned. And they find
Yeah.
one thing, and that's all that they needed because they really don't want to look into this case anymore. And I understand it's a toxic case. And there is something spiritually draining about this case, too. There is a deep, dark aspect, a spiritual, dark aspect to this case that makes me never want to look at it, ever. It's only because I have Jesus Christ. It's the only reason why I would even continue to go down this path. Because I believe there are some very powerful evil forces who will attack spiritually and, if they can, physically, people who are looking into this case. That's just my view.
Well, and we've lived through it, and so I agree with that. It's like, the only reason I'm living where I'm living now is because of this case. I had to move, but it's all right. It's all good. Life is what it is. You find a new beginning and you move forward. But it's like, to like what you brought up, item number 57. We have police who walk in after somebody who's, Klein. When he shows up, he says he's there with the dad and somebody else, and then the dad's going, no, he wasn't. We don't know why he's in there, but he's calling to tell you that there's a bullet hole in the ceiling that you missed. How does he know they missed it? Hello. And then no mention of this bullet hole in the ceiling during the entire 8 hours, 10 hours they were in the house. And then they show up a month later where they're like going, it's an obvious hole in the ceiling. Well, but it was there from the beginning. Okay, then now you're telling us you're completely inept police officers because now you didn't see an obvious bullet hole in the ceiling from the beginning.
Yeah.
It's just so screwed up. The entire thing is screwed up.
Yeah. And that's after they had already been in there a couple times, because remember, 2 days later, after the bodies were found, they came back in and found item 53, which is the one that is connected to the daughter. So they left that house. When they left the house on January 18th, thinking that David Crowley did it, they didn't have a bullet that matched David.
They didn't have. They still don't have David.
They still don't have his blood on a bullet.
And when I did, I'm so glad you brought that up. And when I did research on item number 53, which was the one that had a minute amount of Ranya's DNA. Now that's when they were rolling the carpet and this bullet fragment rolled out onto the floor. Now that I get, I know a lot of people don't understand.
I don't understand.
Because I've seen it. I've seen stuff like this happen before. And so that makes sense. It's like, so it was probably underneath the couch and they didn't see it when they were there. So they're taking everything out and they're rolling up the rug. And then all of a sudden this now rolls out. Makes such sense to me. But it clearly rolled where her body was lying, because the amount that they found on this pristine, it was shiny. Now, when you compare item number 53 and 57 with items number 42, 43, and was it 44? The 42, yeah, I think it was 42 through 44, the bullets that went through Kamel. Now, there are 3 bullets that have her DNA and hair, and it's clear that they went through a body. It's obvious. And you match those with what went through their, or associate with Rania. You have, oxidated fragments with super shiny fragments that have just minute DNA that they have to, keep going over and making it, expanding it to find out whose DNA it is. So clearly they're missing Rania's bullet, they're missing David's bullet, and yet they don't question any of it. Nothing.
Yeah, I think they hadn't done testing at that point. I think so. It was kind of like, whoa, it was so great, you guys found this. And then there was a case that happened a couple months later where they did the same thing. They missed a bullet. They found it in a one of those bikes that you. So they the same police department. So they're known for missing bullets. Apparently, I mean, 2 cases almost back to back.
Well, and it's so funny because they left the scene with 3 fragments and 6 casings, or maybe 4. 3 fragments, 1 unspent cartridge.
They had the one in the basement too, and they did. Yeah, they had that one.
Okay,
too.
so okay, correct. Thank you. So 4, 4 bullet fragments, 1 unspent cartridge, 6 casings. And then because they had 3 that were clearly had gone through somebody's body, and they're like, oh, we've got 3 bodies, we have 3 bullet fragments.
Makes sense. Yeah.
He did
Hey,
it with
Bob,
proof.
everybody go home. We're done.
And all of those belong to Kamel, and it's
Right.
or Kamel, and it's like, oh my god.
And
Yeah.
there was the fragment, a little fragment item. I think it was item
31.
31. Thank you.
Mhm.
Yeah. So for them, it's like, okay, 6 and 6. Okay. Well, really 5 and 6.
Yeah,
but
and it's
whatever.
a pedal. You can tell it's the pedal from because they were hollow points. So you can tell 31 is just the pedal. Totally clean, but yet, okay, sorry guys, I know Greg's got to go, but we're just going to go on a rant here. But yet 57, who has all of its pedals, right? Everything's there and it's almost pristine. And this was the one that was in the attic. They cannot, through their testing, determine that came from the gun.
That's
but
right.
they
That's a big
have
deal.
the pedal that they test, and it's determined that it came from the gun. So ergo, because 31 came, they're going to match 31 to 57. So 57 came from the gun. And it's
So
like, what? And then, wait, let me get this part out there for those who might not know. And then when they're doing the test fires of the weapon, they cannot find consistent firings. So when they're if you can't have a consistent fire pattern, if your lands and grooves aren't matching up on all of those test fires, how in the heck are they supposed to say that these all match the weapon?
Yeah.
Oh my God. And
And-
then
Yeah.
the bore patch. They found a bore patch in the weapon, in the barrel of the weapon. You mean to tell me I see this case. It just makes me so frustrated. David, who is an expert with weapons, is going to be cleaning his weapon and leave a bore patch and then try to kill people? No.
It's wild.
There's just so much.
It's too much.
The math ain't nothing.
That doesn't include, the witness that nobody heard, that many shots. They didn't know what days it was. That was another strange thing too. Just so many things like that. You could just go on and on and on. But then you line up all of that and you compare it to what would prove David Crowley guilty. I told Rick in the conversation, I was like, he's asked me how much evidence is there David Crowley is guilty? I'm like, 0. There is absolutely nothing there. Nothing there.
And
then,
what we've covering, for those of you who are relatively new to this, what we're talking about today, this is only scratching the surface.
Yeah.
We went through this, and with the help of everybody, I put a list together of the inconsistencies, and there were over 100 items that we found that absolutely should not be the way they are. If this was a simple murder-suicide, David went nuts and killed his family and then shot himself, these items would not be on the list. Over 100, and the police don't even care.
Yeah. No, they got it. So
oh, okay. One more. Let me go back. I don't want to miss people. Carlos saying Kate was a fighter, very strong and lovable personality. That's what a lot of people say. Mouthy, you got that right.
Definitely.
And Carlos says, I want to believe they are in witness protection, and Kate decided to join them. That would be
Yeah,
nice.
me too. That would be the best thing. That would also prove that David's innocent too, because nobody's dead.
Yeah.
And that would make a lot of sense of why all the family are all silent and why everybody kind of got the marching orders to stay silent. But if they're in witness protection, then nobody's supposed to really know, and their life is supposed to be gone, and they have to live a completely new life. So
yeah,
that'd be tough.
And
Not
Jared
impossible.
says the spiritual war that's going on, good versus evil. Evil has to be evil. Good knows. And there's many who just haven't a clue, but they think they do. Oh, no. Amen. Amen to that one. But
That's
I
the
know
real
you probably have to go, Greg, right?
Yeah, I do. I got to leave in about half hour here, so that'll give me enough time to change. And
I really, really appreciate you coming on and discussing this. And we will try to do this again. And maybe we can do it on your channel or whatever. I don't even care anymore. But again, we have so much. And if any of you guys have any questions, I'm telling you, especially those who are new to this case, the evidence is stacked sky high to show that it's impossible for David to have committed this crime. And thank you, Greg. Thank you for keeping me going forward. I appreciate you.
Well, thank you very much. I definitely appreciate being here. And yeah, I'd love to do another show. I wouldn't mind going back and looking at those photos. I like to do it every so often. And, you know, even that video, and the video quality is really bad. But yeah, or however you want to do it, we'll definitely do that here in the future.
Oh, I missed this from Mary. Well, thank goodness it should be recorded so maybe you can watch the recording. But we will. We'll come back. It's thank you and God bless from Carla. It's you know, it's thanks to, you know, a lot to Greg, and then also to the new people. Like I said, if there weren't, so, you know, some people go, oh, you know, you only got 7 new subscribers, and I'm like feeling blessed. I'm like, to me, I'm so excited that 7 more people are like going, hey, you know, on top of the other, you know, faithful people. So because of that, you know, I just think that this is a higher power telling me it's not time to give up this yet. Don't give it up.
Yes, keep going. Keep going. Until we get that second book done, I guess. Right?
Yeah, exactly. You have to get it done. You absolutely have to. We've got to get that out there.
I will. I'll finish this little book I'm working on now. But yeah, after that, we're good.
Okay, well, thank you everybody for joining us. And again, thank you so much, Greg.
Thank you, my friend. God bless you all.
Bye, everybody. And
how do you know the Crowley family?
Well, my name is Kristen Melissa, and I am Karen Crowley's youngest sister. And so I am Tim Crowley, David Crowley's uncle's, sister. So I'm in the extended family. And my husband and family, we all lived a street down from Tim and Karen Crowley in Virginia Beach, Virginia, for almost 10 years. So I was there when all of this was happening with David. Also was actually with David or Dan Sr. and Danny Jr. right before the deaths of David and Kamal and Rania. And also knew Kate and Dan Sr. not well, but we had family events, and I have perspectives of things now that I couldn't see before. And I think that's my part that I am offering, is maybe some answers to some questions that everyone has concerning this case, and things like, why doesn't anyone want to see justice? And my thoughts on the pathology of a family system that can create something like this and not care about bringing justice to one of their own. Also, I have some very interesting thoughts now that I'm out of the darkness, truly, because I was in the family system and was being told certain things about the case and about David and the whole situation. And it's just finally that I'm out of it and not around. We moved away, and I've begun to do my own listening to what you all have done and reading some of my own things, and just also my own experience within this family and what is possible. So I hope I can answer some of those questions and express my perspectives. I don't have any definitive yay or nay about what didn't happen. I just have a lot of hunch questions and things I want to see pursued.
When you first heard that David and his wife and his daughter were all dead, what were your first thoughts?
Oh, it was just disgusting. It was so sad. And we had just been with Danny Jr. and Dan Sr. at a Messiah concert. They came, which I thought was odd. I really thought that was odd that they came because Danny Jr. had never come, and it was just them, because usually it would be, like maybe Allison, or I'd never met David and Rania and Kamal. But Kate and Dan were already divorced at that time, which is part of what I feel like my piece is very important as to the breakdown of that family system and the marriage, and how important that was and is to the whole story, and why David and Kamal and Rania would be alone, dying, murdered, whatever happened in that house and around that area. Kate was not allowed to know them or be involved. And that is what has really hit me, is that she was alienated, and this is what this family does. So there's a saying that goes, a dysfunctional toxic family is like an author who kills off anyone that isn't a part of the narrative any longer, expressing the narrative that they want expressed. So I'm not saying.
How do you feel they were trying to distance Kate from David and his wife? What do you think they were doing?
Oh, I mean, Dan Sr. and Kate, watching them alienate the two of them and destroy that marriage.
Oh, I see.
And then basically disparage Kate and set her up for that she was a failure, and she was keeping Dan Sr. back. I watched that happen. It was like a declaration, a label put on her that was so toxic, and that was not my experience with her. She was a beautiful mom, very dedicated mom, and the family, the Crowley family, was a very very toxic family system. Dan Sr., he was a violent alcoholic, and Dan, whichever Dan, I'm not Danny Jr., Dan, the middle Dan, David's dad. When I was with Dan and Kate for a family event, Kate was telling me how much she was ministering to him and helping him with all of the trauma that he'd endured by his father, horrific trauma. And they were getting help. They were like in something like a Celebrate Recovery at church. They were leaders in their church. They were doing Baby Wise, which is, something my husband and I were doing for our babies. They were working toward health and healing, and Kate was the whistleblower in terms of the toxic family system. And so I watched her receive distortion and forcing her family to be destroyed. And my heart is broken for her, literally just broken as I'm watching this, because that is what's happening to me right now and my family. They're doing the same thing. They're stating that I'm dangerous. They're preparing everybody. It's a years-long process, alienating all of us. And then, I'm not kidding you, some of the things that they're participating in create despair and alienation, so that I could see the same thing happening to me and my family, or that they would try to, and that is separate us all, tell my own children, adult children, that I'm too dangerous to know, and then a Christmas comes and goes and my son is alone, and same kind of thing happens, where if he is hurt or if there is something going on in the family, they can't even call mom down the street to know the child, to know the grandchild, to know Rania, to know them, to be, come check on them. Why in the world was Kate not allowed to know her own son? And that is what I saw, the breakdown that happened is so evil that he couldn't, I don't believe they know his mom. And I believe he had a wonderful relationship with her, when